Mic check. Adjust the gain a bit here. Set the tone, set the mood, set the melody. Do all of that fun stuff here. It has been a while since we have done any type of reading stream. Any type at all. I'm probably going to be doing these off stream after this. Maybe. Not quite sure, not quite sure. I do upload these VODs to YouTube though, so I know they're not the most popular thing, but yeah. It'll work out. It'll work out one way or another. Yeah. So I say we give it a bit here. The Heresy has been revealed. Horus is throwing a massive tantrum. And from there we are going. So we're sorry, I'm just waiting for my Kindle app to load up here. It was loaded, and then my phone decided to go to sleep and close it, so back going. Alright, so we are here on Chapter 10. Roddy Keeler is the saint, the first ever saint of the Emperor of Mankind, the God Emperor. They are currently assaulting the city. They are there's whispers currently. Horus already and caused a rift in of Horus also. There's those people that are fanatics that are going to follow him regardless. So that being said, we're gonna just get into it. I feel like this. You can only have time on spot. So let's get into it. Okay. The most precious crawl deaths. The subdeck was packed with come to hear word. It's apostle. That was what they now thought Cinderman. And it gave him comfort to know that even these turbulent was still a person others looked up to. Vanity he still. One takes what one can. Circumstances beyond control. Word had spread quickly through the vengeful spirit that he was to speak. He glanced nervously around the edges of the subdeck for any sign that word had reached beyond the civilians and remembrance. Armed guards protected the approaches of the subdeck. But he knew that if the Astartes or Maggard soldiers came, then not all of them would escape alive. They were taking a terrible risk, but Euphrates had made it very clear that he needed to speak to them, spread the word of the, and to tell of the imminent treachery. Thousands of people expected me. He cleared his throat, glancing over his shoulder where Mercedes and Euphrates watched him. Standing at the lectern raised on a makeshift platform, packing. portable Vox link had been rigged up to carry his words to the very back of the subdeck, though he knew his iterator trained voice could be heard without any mechanics. The Vox link was there to carry his words to those who could not attend, faithful among the technical staff of the ship, having spliced the portable ship's principal Voxcaster network. Cinderman's words would be heard throughout the expedition fleet. He smiled at the crowd and took a sip of water from the glass behind him. A sea of expectant faces stared back at him, desperate to hear his words of wisdom. What would he tell them, he wondered. He looked down at the scribbled notes he had taken over time. He had been sequestered into the bowels of the ship. He looked over his shoulder at Euphrates, and her smile lifted his heart. He turned back to his notes, the words seeming trite and contrived. He screwed the paper into a ball and dropped it by his side, feeling Euphrates' approval like a tonic in his veins. My friends, we live in strange times, and there are events in motion that will shock many of you, as they have shocked me. You have come here to hear the words of the saint, but she has asked me to speak to you, that I might tell you of what she has seen, what all men and women of faith must. Thank you for the raid, Edo. We got a raid. We're reading today, hence no sound alerts or anything like that, so as I upload these VODs to YouTube. But how was your stream? What were you playing? What were you doing? It was good. About ready to go somewhere? Oh, is it a hot date? Hopefully it's a good thing. But welcome in. We are reading today. That's what we're doing. Oh, well, one can hope. Well, drive safe. I know how the I-5 is. Hopefully you can take the back highways instead of mainly the I-5. Because I'll probably be here. Got just shy of 188 pages left to go in the book, so we are gonna do that. I hope you drive safe, Edo, and I appreciate you bringing your community here for story time. Hopefully. I was stationed in California for 4 years, and I had to drive on the I-5 many a times, and I'm okay never doing that again. Ever. I'm good. If I ever go there, it's going to be riding around in an Uber. Or, you know, just staying in my hotel room. Yeah, no worries. And I'm going to the 626 market. Oh. I've been there once, but I don't remember. Just drive safe. I know it's like Road Warrior around there, so. Drive safe, stay safe. Make sure you bring water. It's supposed to be hot out there today, so you don't overdo it. Have a safe trip. Me, my mom, and my aunt. That's good. Good. Nice little Sunday family outing. But I appreciate you bringing your community. Yeah. Have a safe trip. Drive safe. Have no worries. We'll probably still be here when you return if you're down for more time. Absolutely. Oh. And I appreciate it. and give you a little shouty outy here. Alright. Where did I? We can wait for my friends, and we live in strange times, and there are events in motion that will shock many of you. Shocked me. You have come to hear the words of a... Oh, we'll continue. I'm driving up there to see birthday tomorrow when I have classes on Monday, and hell yeah. I'll probably still be here, yeah. But hopefully classes go well on Monday, and tell your friend happy birthday from the Mad Bun. Hello, Smug. Welcome in. Why do I got a feeling you and Savage are plotting something? It's a reading stream. We're gonna finish up this book. Then Monday we're gonna read book 4. Evermore. My friends, again. We live in strange times, and there are events in motion that will shock me. They have shocked me. You have come to hear the words of the saint. She has asked me to speak to you, that I may tell you of what she has seen, what all men and women of faith must do. His iterator voice carried the precise amount of gravitas mixed with a tone that spoke to them of regret at the terrible words about to impart. The War Master has betrayed the Emperor, said, pausing to allow the inevitable howls of denial and outrage to fill the chamber. Shouted voices rose and fell like waves on the sea, and Cinderman let them wash over him, knowing the exact moment to speak. I know. You think that such a thing is unthinkable, and only a short time ago I would have agreed, but it is true. I have seen it with my own eyes. The saint showed me her vision, and it chilled my very soul to see it. War-tilled fields of the dead, winds that carry the cruel dust of bone, and the sky turned eyes of men who saw wonders and only dreamed of their children and friendship. I tasted the air, and it was heavy with blood, my friends. Its stink reeking of the bodies of men we have learned to call the enemy. For what? They decided they did not want to be part of our warmongering period. Perhaps they saw more than we. Perhaps it takes the fresh eyes of an outsider to see what we have become blind to. The crowd quieted. He could see that most people still thought him mad. Many here were of the faithful, many others were not. While almost all of them could embrace the Emperor as divine, few of them could countenance the War Master betraying such a wondrous being. We embarked on this so-called Great Crusade. It was to bring enlightenment and reason to the galaxy. For a time, that was what we did. But look at us now, my friends. When was the last time we approached a world with anything but murder in our heart? We bring so many forms of warfare with us, the tensions of sieges, and the battlefield of trenches soaked in mud and misery while the sky is ripped with gunfire. And the men who lead us are no better. What do we expect from cultures who are met by men named War Master, Widowmaker, and the Twisted? They see the Astartes clad in their insect carapace of plate armor, marching the grim sound of cocking bolters and roaring chainswords. What culture would not try to resist us? Cinderman could feel the mood of the crowd shifting, and he knew he had stoked their interest. Now he had to hook their emotion. Look to what we leave behind us. So many memorials to our slaughters. Look to the Lupercal's court, where we house the bloody weapons of war in bright halls and wonder at their cruel beauty as they hang waiting for their time to come again. We look at these weapons as curio, But we forget the actuality of the lives these savage instruments took. The dead cannot speak to us. They cannot plead with us to seek peace, while the remembrance of them fades and they are forgotten. Despite the ranks of graves, triumphal arches, eternal flames with them, for we are afraid to look at what they did lest we see it in ourselves. Cinderman felt a wonder filling him, the words flowing from him in an unstoppable torrent, each word seeming to spring from his lips of its own volition, though each one came from somewhere else, somewhere more eloquent than his poor mortal talent. We have made war in the stars for 2 centuries, yet there are so many lessons we have never learned. The dead should be our teachers, for they are the true witnesses. Only they know the horror and the ever-repeating failure that is the sickness we return to generation after generation because we fail to hear the testament of those who sacrifice to martial pride, greed, or twisted ideology. Thunderous applause spread from the people directly in Cinderman, spreading rapidly through the chamber. He wondered if such scenes were being repeated on any of the other ships of the fleet. Tears sprang to his eyes as he spoke, his hands gripping the lectern tightly as his voice trembled with. Let the battlefield dead take our hands in theirs and illuminate us with the most precious truth we can ever learn, that there must be peace instead of war. And got a little break here in the section. Hello, Smug. Welcome in. Edo, tell your friend happy birthday from the Madman in the Madhouse. They'll probably look at you weird, but you don't have to explain it. That's the point. And drive safe on your trip and your journey. Get a little sippy sip here. Lucius skidded to the floor of what appeared to be some kind of throne room. Inlaid with impossibly intricate mosaic designs, the floor was covered in scrollwork so tightly wound that it seemed to ripple with movement. Bolter fires stitched through the room, showering in with broken pieces of mosaic as he rolled into cover of an enormous harpsichord. Music from the dawn of creation boomed around him, filling the central spire of the Precentor's palace. Crystal chandeliers hung from the petals at the center of a great granite flower, shimmering and vibrating in time with the cacophony of a battle far below. Instruments filled the room, each one played by a servitor refitted to play the holy music of the war singers. Huge pipe organs with pipes that reached up through the shafts of milky morning light stood next to the banks of gilded bells, and rank upon rank of bronze cages held shaven-headed choirists who sang with blind adulation. Harp strings snapped and twanged in time with gunfire, and discordant notes boomed as bolter shots ripped through the side of the organ. Storms of weapons fire flew through, filling the air with hot metal and death, the battle and the music competing to make the loudest din. Lucius felt his limbs become energized just listening to the crashing volume of the noise, each blaring note and booming shot filling his senses with the desire to do violence. He glanced round the side of the harpsichord, exhausted and elated to have reached so far so quickly. They had fought their way through the palace, killing thousands of the black and silver armored guards before finally reaching the throne room. From his position of cover, Lucius saw that he was in the second ring of instruments, beyond which lay the precentor's dais. A mighty throne with its back to him sat upon the dais, a confection of gold and emerald set in a ring of lecterns that each held a massive volume of notation. Gunfire blew one book apart, and a blizzard of sheet meat fluttered around the throne. Palace guard massed on the opposite side of the throne room, surrounding a tall figure in gold armor with a collection of and what looked like loudspeakers fanning out from his back. A storm of silver gunfire flew, and Lucius saw yet more guards charging in from the other entrance. a ferocious struggle erupting as these new arrivals charge the Emperor's children. They have courage, I'll give them that, he muttered to himself. Chain blades and bolt pistols rang from armor, and storms of silver fire ripped between the patches of cover offered by the gilded instruments. Each volley tore up the hardwood frames and sawed through the servitors as they sat at the ornate keyboards or plucked at strings with metal fingers. And still, Lucius glanced behind him. One of the Nasicae fell as he ran to join Lucius. Silver filaments punched through his skull. Buddy clattered to the floor beside Lucius. Only 3 of the Nasicae remained, and they were cut off from them. Ancient Rylanar, engage, yelled Lucius into the box. Get me cover. Tactical squads converge on the throne. Draw the palace guard in. Purity and death. Purity and death, echoed the Emperors. With exemplary coordination, they surged forward. Silver-armored guard was shredded by bolter fire and flopped, broken, down. Glass-armored bodies lay shattered and bloody over bullet-scarred instruments. Servitors moved jerkily, still trying to play, even though their hands were smoking ruins of bone and wire. The Emperor's children moved squad by squad, volley by volley, advancing through the fire as only the most perfect of legions could. Lucius broke cover and ran into the whirlwind of fire. Silver shards shattered against him. Behind him, Rylanar's dreadnought body smashed through the titanic bank of drums and bells, the noise of its destruction appalling as Rylanar opened fire on the enemy. Acrobatic guards clad in armor wound with long streamers of silk darted and leapt away from chain blades and bolts like dancers, flashing limbs with monofilament wire blades. Glass-armored guards charged forward in solid ranks, stabbing with their halberds, yet none of the foes was a match for the disciplined countercharges of the Emperors. The slick perfection of their pattern-perfect warfare kept its edge even amid the storm of fire and death that filled the throne room. Lucius ducked and wove through the fire towards the gold-armored figure, shrapnel flashing against the energized edge. The man's armor was ancient, gloriously ornate, the equal in finery of Lord Commander of the He carried a long spear, its shaft terminated at both ends by a howling ripple of harmony. Lucius ducked under a swipe of the weapon, stepping nimbly to the side and bringing his sword up towards the lift. Faster than he would have believed possible, the spear reversed, and a tremendous blast of noise battered his sword away before it struck. Lucius danced back as a killing wave of sound blared from the tubes. Speaker mounted on the golden warrior's back. A whole section of mosaic floor plowed, torn gouged by the sound. One of the palace guards fell at Lucius's feet, his chest blown open by Rylanor's fire, and another toppled as one of the Nasicae sliced off his leg. The Emperor's children surged forwards to help him, but he waved them back. This was to be his kill. He leapt onto the throne pedestal, the golden warrior silhouetted in the light, screaming from the distant ceiling. The screaming spear came down and Lucius ducked to avoid it, pushing himself forwards. The screaming spear came down and Lucius ducked to avoid it, pushing himself forwards. He stabbed with his sword, but a pitch-perfect note sent his sword plunging to the floor of the dais instead of its intended target. Lucius hauled his sword clear as the spear stabbed for him again, its musical edge shearing past him and blistering the purple and gilt of his armor. The battle raged ferociously around him. but it was an irrelevance, for Lucius knew that he must surely be fighting the leader of this rebellion. Only Vardis Prahl would surround himself with such fearsome bodyguards. Lucius pivoted away from another strike, spinning around behind Prahl, shearing his sword through the speaker tubes and loudspeakers on his back. He felt a glorious surge of satisfaction as the glowing edge cut through the metal with ease. A terrific booming noise blared from the severed pipes, and Lucius was hurled from the dais by the force of the blast. His armor cracked with the force, and the music leapt in clarity as he felt its power surge around his body in glorious wash of pure, unadulterated sin. The music sang in his blood, promising yet more glory. The unfettered excess of music, light, and hedonistic indulgence. Lucius felt the music in his soul and knew that he wanted it more than he had wanted anything in his life. He looked up at the Golden Warrior, leapt lightly from the throne, seeing the music as a swirling lines of power and promise that flowed like water in the air. "Now you die," said Lucius as the song of death took hold of him. In later moments, they would name it Death's Tomb, and Loken had never felt such disgust at the sights he saw within. Even Davin's moon, where the swamps had vomited up the living dead to attack the sons of Horus, had. The sound of battle was hellish, the hellish music of screaming, rising in terrible crescendos, and the sight was horrendous. Death's tomb was brimming with corpses, festering in charnel heaps and bubbling with corruption. The tomb spire, Loken, and the sons of Horus fought within was larger inside than out. The floor sunken into a pit where the dead had been thrown. The tomb was that of death itself. A mausoleum of blood-stained black iron carved into swirls and scrollwork dominated the pit, topped with sculpture of the father of Istvan himself, a massive bearded sky god who took away the souls of the faithful and cast the rest into the sky to languish with his lost children. A war singer perched on Father Istvan's black shoulder, screaming a song of death that jarred Loken's nerves and sent jangling pain. Hundreds of Istvanians surrounded the pit, firing from the hip as they ran towards the Astartes, driven forward by the shriek of death song. At them yelled Loken. Before he could draw breath again, the enemy was upon them. The Astartes of the spearhead streamed through the many archways leading into the tomb spire, guns blazing as they saw the enemy swarming towards them. Loken fired a fullisade of shots before the two sides clashed. More than 2,000 sons of Horus charged into the battle, and Death's Tomb became a vast amphitheater for a great and terrible slaughter, like the arenas of ancient Romany. "Stay close, back to back in advance," cried Loken, as he could only hope that his fellow warriors could hear him over the box. The screaming was deafening, every Istvani soldier's mouth jammed open and howling in a shrieking cadence the war singers. Loken cut a gory crescent through the bodies pressing in on him, Bippus matching him stroke for stroke with his long chain sword. Strategy and weapons meant nothing now. The battle was simply a brutal close quarters fight to the death. Such a contest could have only one outcome. Loathing filled Loken. Not at the blood and death around him. He had seen much worse before, but at the sheer waste of this. The people he was killing, their lives could have met. They could have accepted the imperial truth and helped forge the galaxy, where the human race was united, and the wisdom of the Emperor ushered them towards a future filled with wonder. Instead, they had been betrayed and turned into fanatical killers by a corrupt leader, destined to die for a cause that was a lie. Good lives wasted. Nothing could be further from the purpose of the Imperium. "Torgadon, bring the line forward. Force them back and give the guns some room." "Easier said than done, Garvey," replied Torgadon, his voice punctuated with the sharp crack of breaking bones. Loken glanced around and saw one of Lacosse's squad dragged down by the massive enemy warriors and tried to bring his bolter to bear. Bloody, ruined hands forced his aim down, and the battle brother was lost. He dropped his shoulder and barged forward, bodies breaking, but others were on top of him, blades and bullets beating at his armor. With a roar of anger, Loken ripped his chainsword through an armored warrior before him, forcing the enemy back for the split second he needed to open up with his bolter. A full-throated volley sent a magazine's worth of shells into the mass, blasting them apart in a red ruin of shattered faces and broken armor. He rapidly swapped in a new bolter magazine and fired among the warriors, trying to swamp his fellow sons of Horus. The Astartes used the openings to forge onwards or open up spaces to bring their own weapons up. Others lent gunfire to the battle brothers fighting behind him. The tone of the war singer's screaming changed, and Loken felt as though rusty nails were being torn up his spine. He staggered, and the enemy were upon him. "Targadon!" he shouted over the din. "Get the war singer!" "My apologies, War Master," began Malgahurst, nervous at interrupting the War Master's concentration on the battle below. "There's been a new development." "In the city?" asked Horus without looking up. "On the ship," replied Malgahurst. Horus looked up in irritation. "Explain yourself." "The Prime Iterator, Hyrule Cinderman." "Old Chiral," said Horus. "What of him?" "It appears we have misjudged the man's character, my lord." "In what way, Mal?" asked Horus. "He's just an old man." "That he is, but he may be a greater threat than anything we have yet faced, my lord," said Malgahurst. "He is a leader now, an apostle, they call him. He—" "A leader?" interrupted Horus. "Of whom?" "Of the people of the fleet, civilians, ship's crew, and the Sitio Diviantis. He has just finished a speech to the fleet calling on them to resist the Legion, saying that we are warmongers, seek to betray the Emperor. We are trying to trace where the signal came from, but it is likely he will be long gone before we find him." "I see," said Horus. "This problem should have been dealt with before Istvan. And we have failed you in this," said Malgahurst. The Iterator mixed calls for peace with the potent brew of religion and faith." "This should not surprise us," said Horus. "Cinderman was selected for duty with my fleet precisely because he could convince even the most fractious rabble to do anything. Mix that with skill with religious fervor, and he is indeed a dangerous man." "They believe the Emperor is divine," said Malgahurst, "that we commit blasphemy. It must be an intoxicating faith." "And faith can be a very powerful weapon. It appears, Malgahurst, that we have underestimated the potential that even a civilian possesses so long as he has genuine faith in something. What would you have me do, my lord?" "We did not deal with this threat properly. It should have ceased to exist when Vavars and the troublesome remembrancers were illuminated. Now it takes my attention when our plan is at its most sensitive stage. The bombardment is imminent." Malgahurst bowed his head. "War Master, Cinderman and his kind will be defeated. The next I hear of this, be that they are all dead, or..." "It will be done," promised Malgahurst. "Fool!" spat Prowl, his voice a disgusted rasp. "Have you not seen this world? The wonders you would destroy? This is a city of the gods!" Lucius rolled to his feet, still stunned from the sonic shockwave that hurled him from the throne dais, but knowing that the song of death was being sung for him and him alone. He lunged, but Prowl batted aside his attack, bringing his spear up in a neat guard. This is the city of my enemies, laughed Lucius. That is all that matters to me. You are deaf to the music of the galaxy. I have heard far more than you, said Prahl. Perhaps you are to be pitied, for I have listened to the sounds of the gods. I have heard their song, and they damn this galaxy and their wisdom. Lucius laughed in Prahl's face. You think I care? All I want to do is kill you. The gods have sung what your imperial truth will bring to the galaxy, shrieked Prahl, his musical voice heavy with disdain. It is a future of fear and hatred. I was deaf to the music before they opened me to their song of oblivion. It is my duty to end your crusade. You can try. But even if you kill us all, more will come. 100,000 more, 1,000,000 until this planet is dust. Your little rebellion is over and you don't know it yet. No, Astartes, replied Prahl. I have fulfilled my duty and brought you here, to this cauldron of fates. My work is done. All that remains is to blood myself in the name of Father Esteban. Lucius danced away as Prahl attacked once with the razor-sharp feints of a master warrior, but the swordsman had faced better opponents than this and prevailed. The song of death rippled behind his eyes. He could see every meal Prahl made before he made it. Oh, wow, that was loud. Still trying to get the swing of this, you know? The song of death rippled behind his eyes. He could see every move Prahl made before he made it. The song speaking to him on a level he didn't understand, but instinctively knew its power beyond anything he had touched before. He launched a fury of blows at Prahl, driving him back with each attack. No matter how skillfully Prahl parried his strikes, each one that came a little bit closer to him. The flicker of fear he saw in Prahl's eyes filled him with triumph. Shrieking spear blared past one last antle. He finally shattered it under the energized edge of him. Swordsman pivoted smoothly on his heel, drove his blade two-handed into Prahl's gold chest, sword burning through his armor, ribs, and internal organs. Prahl dropped to his knees, still alive, mouth working dumbly as blood sprayed from the massive wound. Lucius twisted the blade, relishing the cracks as Prahl's ribs snapped. He put a foot on Prahl's body and pulled the sword clear, standing triumphant over the body of his fallen enemy. Around him, the Emperor's children slew the remaining palace guards. But with Prahl dead, the song in his blood diminished and his interest in the fight faded. Lucius turned to the throne itself, already aching for the music to surge through his body once again. The throne's back was to him. He couldn't see who was. The control panel worked furiously before it, like a monstrously complicated clockwork keyboard. Lucius stepped around the throne and looked into the glassy eyes of a servitor. Its head was mounted on a skitty body of metal armatures, complex inners stripped out and replaced with brass clockwork. Clattering metal tines reached from the chest cavity to read the music printed in the books mounted around the throne. In the servitor's hand, elaborate, 20-fingered constructions of metal and wire flicked over the control panel. Without Prahl, the music was out of tune in time, its synconated rhythms falling apart. Lucius knew that this poor substitute for what had fueled his battle with Prahl. Suddenly angry beyond words, Lucius brought his blade down in a glittering arc, shattering the control panel, showering it in a shower of orange sparks. The hideous music transformed into a howling death shriek, shaking the stone petals of the palace with its terrible, deafening wail before fading like a forgotten dream. The music of creation ended, and all across Esteban the voices of the gods were silent. A volley of gunfire caught Loken's attention, as he desperately fought dozens of guards who stabbed at him with their gleaming halberds. Behind him, Torgidon brought the spear tip up into a firing line. A bolter fire battered against the black iron of the Death's Mausoleum. The Warsinger was broken like a dying bird against the statue of Father Is. The Warsinger fell, her final scream trailing off as her shattered form cracked against the ornate carvings of the Death's Mausoleum. "He's down," said Torgidon's voice over the box, sounding surprised at the ease with which she had been killed. "Who have we lost?" Loken fell back at the worst death, expecting that there was more to this withdrawal than simply death. Something fundamental had changed. Didn't know what. "Most of the squad Shagart," replied Torgidon, "and plenty of others. We don't know until we get out of here, but something else." Asked Loken. "Lacoste says we've lost contact with orbit," said Torgidon. "There's no signal. It's as if the vengeful spirit isn't even up there." "That's impossible," said on the familiar side of Sergeant Lacoste. He saw him at the edge of the charnel pit and marched over to him. Torgidon and Vippus followed him. Torgidon said, "Possible or not, it's what he tells me." "What about the rest of the strike force?" asked Loken, crouching beside Lacoste. "What about the palace?" "We're having more luck with them," replied Lacoste. "I managed to get through to Captain Erlin of the World Eaters. Sounds like they're outside the palace. It's an absolute massacre over there. Thousands of civilians dead." "In the name of Terra," said Loken, imagining the World Eaters' predilection for massacre and the rivers of blood that would be flowing through the streets of the Coral City. "Have they managed to contact anyone in orbit?" "They've got their hands full, Captain," replied Lacoste. "Even if they manage to raise the Conqueror, they're in no position to relay anything from us. I could barely get anything out of Erlin other than that he was killing them with his bare hands. The palace? Nothing. I can't get through to Captain Lucis of the Emperor's Children. The palace has been playing hell with communications ever since they went in. There was some kind of music, but nothing else. Try the Death Guard. They've got the DZ-Ray with them. We can use it to relay for us." "We'll try, sir, but it's not looking hopeful." "This was supposed to be over by now," said Loken. "The Coral City isn't just going to collapse with their leader dead. Maybe the World Eaters have the right idea. We're going to have to kill them all. We need the second wave down here now, and if we can't even speak to the War Master, this is going to be a very long." "I'll keep trying," said Lacoste. "We need to link up with the rest of the strike force. We're cut off here. We need to make for the palace and find the world, or the Emperor's Children. We're not doing any good sitting here. All we're doing is giving the Estevanians a chance to surround us. A lot of good soldiers between us and the rest of the strike force. Advance and won't take this city by waiting to be attacked." "Agreed. I saw the main gates along the western. We can get to the city proper there. Be a tough slog." "Good." "It's a trap. It has to be." "You're probably right, but of course I'm right. Malgahurst tried to have Euphrates killed. His pet monster Maggard almost killed you too, remember?" "I remember very well." "Think of the opportunity. There will be thousands there, and they couldn't possibly try anything with that many people. They probably won't even notice we're there." Sadie looked down her nose as unable to get a raider was dense. Had he not spoken to hundreds of people hours about the War Masters? Now he wanted to gather in a room with him? They had been awoken from their sleep by one of the engineering crew, pressed a rolled leaflet into Cinderman, shaking a hand. Sharing a worried glance with Sadie, Cinderman had read it. It was a decree from the War Master authorizing all remembrancers to gather in the Vengeful Spirit's main audience chamber to bear witness to the final triumph on Istavan III. It spoke of the gulf that had, much of the War Master's great sorrow, opened between the Astartes and the remembrancers. With this one grand gesture, the War Master hoped to allay any fears that such a gulf had been engineered deliberately. He must think we are stupid, said Mercedes. Does he really think we would fall for this? Malgahurst is a very cunning man, said Cinderman, rolling up the leaflet and placing it on the bed. You'd hardly take him for a warrior anymore. He's trying to flush the three of us out, hoping that no remembrancer could resist such an offer. If I were less a moral man, I might admire him. All the more reason not to fall into his trap, exclaimed Mercedes. Ah, but what if it's genuine, my dear, asked Cinderman. Imagine what we'd see on the surface of Istvan 3. Cairo, this is a big ship and we can hide out for a long time. When Loken comes back, he can protect us. Like he protected Ignis. That's not fair, Cairo, said Mercedes. Loken can help us get off the ship once we leave the Istvan system. No, said a voice behind Mercedes. They both turned to see Euphrates Keeler. She was awake again, and her voice was stronger than Mercedes had heard it for a long time. She looked healthier than she had been since the terror in the archive. To see her standing, walking, and talking after so long was still a novelty for Mercedes, and she smiled to see her friend once. We go, said Frade. Do you really? Yes, Mercedes. I mean it. And yes, I'm sure. It's a trap. I don't need a vision from the Emperor to see that, laughed Euphrates, and Mercedes thought there was something a little sinister force to it. But they'll kill us. Frade smiled. Yes, they will. If we stay here, they'll hunt us down eventually. We have faithful among the crew, but we have enemies too. I will not have the Church of the Emperor die like that. This will not end in the shadows and murder. Now, Miss Keeler, said Cinderman with a forced lightness of tone, you're starting to sound like me. Maybe they will find us eventually, Frade, said Mercedes. But there's no reason to make it easy for them. Why let the War Master have his way when we can live a little longer? Because you have to see, said Euphrates. You have to see it. This fate, this treachery. It's too great for any of us to understand without wit. Have faith that I'm right about this. It's not a question of faith now, is it? It's time for us to stop thinking like remembrancers, said Euphrates. And Mercedes saw a light in her eyes that seemed to grow brighter with every word she. Imperial truth is dying. We have watched it wither ever since 6319. You either die with it, or you follow the Emperor. This galaxy is too simple for us to hide in its complexity anymore, and the Emperor cannot work his will through those who do not know if they will leave at all. I will follow you, said Cinderman. Mercedes found herself. Chapter 11. Morning. Death of a World. The Last Chthonian. Old Tarvitz's first sight of the Coral City was the magnificent stone orchard of the Precinctor's palace. He stepped from the battered Thunderhawk onto the roof of the palace. Onto the roof of one of the palace wings. Spectacular dome soaring above him. Smoke coiled in the air from battles within the palace, and the terrible sound of screaming squared to the knee, along with the powerful stench of freshly spilled blood. Tarvitz took it in at a glance, and the thought hitting him hard that at any moment it would all be gone. He saw Astartes moving along the roof, Emperor's children, and his heart leapt to see Nasike's squad, Lucius at its head, his sword smoking from the battle. Tarvitz, called Lucius, and Tarvitz thought he had detected even more of a swagger to the swordsman's stride. I thought you'd never make it, jealous of the kills? Lucius, what's the situation? Asked Tarvitz. The palace is ours, and Prahl is dead, killed by my own hand. No doubt you can smell the world eaters. They're just not at home unless everything stinks of blood. The rest of the city's cut off, we can't raise anyone. Lucius indicated the city's far west, where the towering form of the Desiree blazed fire upon hapless Istavanians out of sight below. Though it looks like the Death Guard will soon run out of things to kill. We have to contact the rest. Lost my spot. We have to contact the rest of the strike force now, said Tarvitz. The Sons of Horus and the Death Guard. Get a squad on it, get someone up to higher ground. Why? Asked Lucius, saw what's happening. We're going to be hit. Something big, a virus strike. The Estevanians? No, said Tarvitz sadly. We were betrayed by our own. Lucius hesitated. The War Master? Saul, what are you? We've been sent down here to die, Lucius. Fulgrim chose those who were not part of their grand plan. Saul, that's insane, cried Lucius. Why would our Primarch do such a thing? I do not know, but he would not have done this without the War Master's command, said Tarvitz. This is but the first stage in some larger plan. I do not know its purpose, but we have to try and stop it. Lucius shook his head and his features twisted in petulant bitterness. No, the Primarch wouldn't send me to die, not after all the battles I fought for him. Look at what I've become. I was one of Fulgrim's chosen. I never faltered, never questioned. I would have followed Fulgrim into hell. But I wouldn't, Lucius, said Tarvitz. You are my friend, but I'm sorry, we don't have time for this. We have to get the warning out and then find shelter. I'll take word to the World Eaters. You raise the Sons of Horus and Death Guard. Don't go into details, just tell them that a virus strike is inbound and to find whatever shelter they can. Tarvitz looked at the reassuring solidity of the Precinctor's palace and said, there must be catacombs or deep places beneath the palace. We can reach them, we may survive this. The city is going to die, Lucius, but I'll be damned if I'm going to die with it. I'll get a box officer up here, said Lucius, with steel anger in his voice. Good. We don't have much time, Lucius. The bombs will be launched at any moment. This is rebellion, said Lucius. Yes, said Tarvitz. It is. Beneath his ritualistic scars, Lucius was still the perfect soldier he had always been. A talisman whose confidence could infect the men around him, and Tarvitz knew he could rely on him. The swordsman on said, go find Captain Erlin. I'll raise the other legions and get our warriors into cover. I will speak with you again. Until then, said Tarvitz. Lucius turned to Nasicae, barked an order, and ran back towards the palace dome. Tarvitz followed, looking down on the northern plaza and glimpsing the seething battle there, hearing the screams and the sound of chain blades. He looked up in the late morning sky. Clouds were gathering. Any moment, falling virus bombs would bore through those clouds. The bombs would fall over Istvan III, and billions of people would die. Among the trenches and bunkers that sprawled to the west of the Coral City, men and Astartes died in storms of mud and fire. The Desiree shuddered with the weight of fire it laid down. Moderati Kassar felt it all as though the immense multi-barreled Vulcan bolter were in his own hands. The Titan had suffered many wounds, its legs scarred by missile detonations and furrows scoured in its mighty torso by the bunker-mounted cannons. Kassar felt them all, but a multitude of wounds could not slow the Desiree or turn it from its course. Destruction was his purpose, and death was the punishment it brought down on the heads of the Emperors. Kassar's heart swelled, and he never felt so close to his Emperor, at one with the God Machine, a fragment of the Emperor's own strength instilled in the Desiree. Arukin, pull the starboard, ordered Princeps Turnip from his command chair. Avoid those bunkers or they'll foul the port leg. The Desiree swung to its side, its cement foot taking the roofs from tangled bunkers and shattering artillery emplacements as it crashed forward. A scrum of Istvan soldiers scrambled from the ruins, setting up heavy weapons to pour fire into the Titan as it towered over them. The Istevanians were well drilled and well armed, and though the majority of their weapons weren't the equal of a las gun, trenches were a great leveler, and a man with a rifle was a man with a rifle when the gunfire started. The Death Guard slaughtered thousands of them as they bludgeoned their way through the trenches, but the Istovanians were more numerous and they hadn't run. Instead, they had fallen back, trench by trench, rolling away from the relentless advance of the Death Guard. The Istovanians, with their dab-gray helmets and mud-spattered flak suits, were hard to pick out against the mud and rubble with the naked eye. But the sensors on the D's array projected a sharp-edged image into Cassar's retina that picked them out of the wondrously clear detail. Cassar fired a blast of massive caliber shells, watching columns of mud and bodies sprayed into the air like splashes in water. The Istovanians disappeared, destroyed by the hand of the Emperor. Enemy forces massing to the forward quadrant, said Moderati Arukin. To Cassar, his voice felt distant, though he was just across the command bridge of the Titan. The Death Guard can handle them, replied Turnet. Concentrate on the artillery. That can hurt us. Below Cassar, the gunmetal forms of the Death Guard glinted around the bunkers as two squads of them threw grenades through the gun ports and kicked down doors, spraying the Istovanians who still lived inside with bolter fire, or incinerating them with sheeps of fire from their flamers. From the head of the D's array, the Death Guard looked like a swarm of beetles, with their carapaces of the power armor scuttling through the trenches. A few Death Guard lay where they had fallen, cut down by artillery fire and massed guns of the Istovanian troops. But they were few compared to the Istovanian corpses strewn at every intersection of trenches. Meter by meter, the defenders were being driven towards the northernmost extent of the trenches. When they reached the white marble of the tall basilica with a spire shaped like a trident, they would be trapped and slaughtered. Cassar shifted the weapon arm of the deep array to aim artillery some 500 meters away, as it belched tongues of flames and explosive pulse to the Death Guard lines. Princeps called Cassar, enemy artillery moving up the eastern quadrant. Burnett didn't answer him, too intent on something being said to him on his personal command channel. The Princeps nodded at whatever order he had just received and shouted, "Halt, Arukin, cease the stride pattern." Cassar shut off the ammunition feed. Cassar instinctively switched off the cycling of the weapon that thundered from the Titan's shock forced his consciousness back to the command bridge. He no longer looked through the eyes of the DRA, but it was back with his fellow officer. Princeps, asked Cassar, scanning the readouts. Is there a malfunction? There is, I'm not seeing it. The primary systems are reading fine. It's not a malfunction, replied Turnet sharp. Cassar looked up from the information across his vision in focus columns. Moderati Cassar, barked Turnet. How's our weapon temperature? Acceptable, said Cassar. I was going to push it on that artillery. Close up the coolant ducts, seal the magazine feeds as soon as possible. Princeps, said Cassar in confusion. That will leave us unarmed. I know that, replied Turnet, as though to his... Do it, Arukin. I need us sealed. Sealed, sir? Asked Arukin, sounding as confused as Cassar felt. Yes, sealed. We have to be airtight from top to bottom, said Turnet, opening a channel to the rest of the mighty wars. All crew, this is Princeps Turnip. Adopt emergency biohazard post right now. Bulkheads are being sealed. Shut off the reactor vents and prepared for power down. Princeps, said Arukin. Is it a biological weapon? Atomics? The Istovanians have a weapon we didn't know about, replied Turnet, but Cassar could tell he was lying. They're launching it soon. We have to lock down or we'll be caught in it. Cassar looked down at the trenches through the Titan's eyes. The Death Guard were still advancing through the trenches and bunker rooms. But Princeps, the Astartes, you have your orders, Moderati Cassar shouted Turnet, and you will follow them. Seal us up, every vent, every hatch, or die. Cassar willed the D's array to shut its hatches and seal all its entranceways, his reluctance making the procedure sluggish. On the ground below, he watched the Death Guard continue to grind their way through the Coral City defenses, apparently unconcerned that the Istovanians were about to launch thrown knew what at them, or unaware. As the battle raged on, the D's array fell silent. Main audience chamber, vengeful spirit was a colossal column chamber, walls of marble and pilasters of solid gold. Its magnificence was nothing like Cinder. The thousands of remembrancers who filled the chamber wore the expressions of odd children, shown some new, unheard of wonder. Seeing many familiar faces, Cinderman guessed the fleet's entire complement of remembrancers present for the masters. War Master and Malgahur stood on a raised podium at the far end of the hall, too far away for either of them to recognize Cinderman or Mercedes or Euphrates. Or at least he hoped so. Who knew how sharp a legionary's eyesight was, let alone a Primarch? Both the Astartes were wrapped in cream glow robes, edged in gold and silver, and a detail of warriors stood beside them. A number of large pick screens had been hung from the walls. Looks like an iterator's rally on a compliant world, said Mercedes, echoing his own thoughts. So similar was it that he began to wonder what message was to be imparted, how it would be reinforced. He looked around the plants in the audience who would clap and cheer at precise points to direct the crowd in a desired manner. Each of the screens displayed a slice of Istavan III, set against a black backdrop scattered with bright silver specks of the War Master's fleet. Euphrates, said Mercedes as they made their way through the crowds of remembrancers. Remember how I said this was a bad idea? Yes, said Euphrates, her face creased in a wide, innocent smile. Well, now I think it's a really bad idea. I mean, look at the number of Astartes here. Cinderman followed Mercedes' gaze, already starting to sweat at the sight of so many armed warriors surrounding them. If even one of them recognized their faces, it was all over. We have to see, said Euphrates, turning and grabbing his sleeve. You have to see. Cinderman felt the heat of her touch and saw the fire behind her eyes. Like thunder before a storm, and he realized with the start that he was a little afraid of Euphrates. The crowd milled in eager impatience, and Cinderman kept his face turned from the Astartes, staring into the middle of the audience chamber. Euphrates squeezed Mercedes' hand as the pick screens leapt to life, and a gasp went up through the assembled remembrancers as they saw the bloody streets of the Coral City. Clearly shot from an aircraft, the images filled the giant pick screens, and Cinderman felt his gorge rise at the sight of so much butchery. He remembered the carnage of the Whisperheads and reminded himself that this is what the Astartes had been created to do. But the sheer visceral nature of that reality was something he knew he would never get used to. Bodies filled the streets, and arterial gore covered most every surface as though the heavens had rained blood. You remembrancers say you want to see war, said Horus, his voice easily carrying to the furthest corner of the hall. This is it. Cinderman watched as the image shifted on the screen, falling back and panning up through the sky and into the dark, star-spattered heavens above. Burning spears of light fell towards the battle below. What are those? Asked Mercedes. They're bombs, said Cinderren in horrific disbelief. The planet is being bombarded. So it begins, said Euphrates. The plaza was truly a horrendous sight, ankle deep in blood and strewn with thousands upon thousands of bodies. Most were blown open by bolter rounds, but many had been hacked down with chain blades or otherwise torn limb from limb. Tarvitz hurried towards the makeshift strong point center. The battlements formed from carved up bodies, the battered forms of fallen drop pods. World Eater with blood-soaked armor and a scarred face nodded to him, climbed the group ramp of bodies. Warrior's armor was so drenched in blood that Tarvitz wondered for a moment why he hadn't just painted himself red to begin with. Captain Erlin, said Tarvitz, where is he? The warrior wasted no breath on words and simply jerked his thumb in the directions of a warrior with dozens of fluttering oath papers hanging from his breastplate. Tarvis nodded his thanks and set off through the strong point. He passed wounded Astartes who were tended by an apothecary who looked as if he had fought as hard as any of his patients. Beside him lay 2 fallen world eaters, their bodies unceremoniously dumped out of the way. Erlin looked up as Tarvitz approached. The captain's face had been badly burned in some previous battle, and his axe was clotted with so much blood it resembled a club. "Looks like the Emperor's children have sent us reinforcements," shouted Erlin, with grunts of laughter from his fellow world eaters. "One whole warrior. We are blessed. The enemy will run away for sure." "Captain," said Tarvitz, joining Erlin at the barricade, the Estavanian dead. "My name is Captain Saul Tarvitz, and I'm here to warn you that you have to get your squads into cover." "Into cover? Unacceptable," said Erlin, nodding towards the far side of the plaza. Shapes moved in their windows between the mansions. They're regrouping. If we move now, they will overwhelm us. "The Estavanians have a bioweapon," said Tarvitz. Knowing a lie was the only way to convince the World Eater. "They're going to fire it, and it'll kill everyone and everything in the Coral City. They're going to destroy their own capital. I thought this place was some church holy to them." So thank you for the follow, Furious Ninetail. Welcome in. How did you find us? We are currently finishing Book 3 of the Horus Heresy, and we're trudging through it steadily but surely. Welcome in. Welcome in. I appreciate the follow. If I'm slow to respond, it's because I'm reading, and these VODs get uploaded to YouTube. Absolutely. Welcome in. How did you find us? Recommend. Twitch recommended. I think Twitch is broken. Why would Twitch recommend me? No. I'm 90% sure Twitch is broken at recommending. I mean, that is the first time I've ever heard that. Wow. But welcome in. I am the Madman. I'm a 2D Facecam streamer. Yes, sometimes I do turn my Facecam. We play a lot of games here. Play a lot of Starship Troopers, Diablo, sometimes Minecraft, Sunhaven Squad, Hell Let Loose, Cyberpunk, Skyrim, Fallout. We do a lot here. I do enjoy my survival games as well. My cozy base building game. First time anybody ever said Twitch is recommended, like, ever. Which is 99.9% sure. So, are you a fan of Warhammer? We are Warhammering it up here. We're going to be reading all 54 books of the Horus Heresy. We're finishing up book 3. I got work tomorrow, so there's no stream. On Monday, we're going to do all a book. Then I don't know what we're going to do the rest of the week. Maybe we'll just do like 1 book a week. Monday's book day. I am, but it's okay. I'll get you caught up here. Horus, the Primarch of Space Wolf. The War Master of the Great Crusade. He's leading the 63rd expedition. He got stabbed by a corrupt blade of Nurgle. He almost died. One of the word bearers, Erebus, was like, "Hey, we're going to take him to the Serpent Lodge." So Horus basically had like 9 days of tripping balls in a feverish state before he emerged. And now he's throwing a giant tantrum, raging war against the Emperor of Mankind. That's essentially where we're at, and we're on the Coral City. They're dropping the virus bombs on it. Yeah, that's about where we are. My favorite Imperial Guard regiment, Catachan fighter. Big fan of the Black Temple. Yep. Welcome. Right now, all Tarvitz of the Emperor literally pop smoke. Getting shot at, went down to the city and of the virus bombs about to just pump all over because the War Master had the Primarch of the Emperor's Children, World Eater, and himself. They sent down the people that were not loyal to his cause of rebellion. They're all down on fighting over this city and dropping virus bombs on them. But, Saul Tarvitz, Captain Tarvitz of the Emperor's Children, found Captain Erlin of the World Eaters, and he's like, hey, you need to get cover? And the World Eater's like, but we're getting into it. You get a sippy sip. They've shown how much they value their own, replied Tarvitz, quickly indicating the heap of dead in front of them. They'll sacrifice this city to kill us. Driving us from their planet is worth more to them than this city. So you would have us abandon this position, demanded Erlin, as if Tarvitz had personally insulted his honor. How do you know all this? I just got here from orbit. The weapon has already been unleashed. If you're above ground when the virus strike hits, you will die. If you believe nothing else, believe that. And where do you suggest we move to? Just west of this position, Captain. Stealing a glance at the sky. The edge of the trench system is thick with bunkers, blast-proof shelters. If you get your men into them, they should be safe. Should be? Snapped Erlin. That's the best you can offer me? Erlin stared at Tarvitz for a moment. You are wrong. The blood of my warriors will be on your hands, and I will kill you for their deaths. I understand that, Captain, urged Tarvitz, but we don't have much time. Very well, Captain Tarvitz, said Erlin. Sergeant Felistay, left flank. Sergeant Rond, right. World Eaters, general advance to the west. Blades out. World Eaters drew their chain axes and swords. The blood-stained assault units hurried to the front and stepped over the makeshift barricades of corpses. Are you coming, Tarvitz? Asked Erlin. Tarvitz nodded, drawing his broadsword and following the World Eaters into the plaza. Although they were fellow Astartes, he knew he was a stranger among them as they ran, spitting battle curses and flashing through the dead towards the potential safety of. Tarvitz glanced up at the gathering clouds and felt his chest tighten. The first burning streaks were falling towards the sky. Also, Nico, I don't know if you're still here, but hello, buddy. I'll have to do those push-ups towards the end of this. Just letting you know, buddy, you're gonna get your push-ups. It started, said Loken. Lacoste looked up from the field box. Fire was streaking through the sky towards the World City. Loken tried to judge the angle and speed of the falling darts of fire. Some of them would come down between the fires of Siren Hold. Sons of Horus drop pods had done hours earlier. They would hit in a matter of minutes. Not a problem, Ninetail. Feel free to sit back, relax, and the gore that's about to happen. Did Lucius say anything else? No, said Lacoste. Some bioweapon, that was all. It sounded like he ran into a firefight. Tarek, shouted Loken, we need to get into cover now, beneath the Siren Hold. Will that be enough? If they dug their catacombs deep enough, then maybe. And if not, from what Lucius said, we'll die. You better get a move up. Loken turned to the Sons of around him. Incoming. Get into the Siren Hold and head down, now. Closest spire of the Siren Hold was a towering monastery. Monstrosity of grotesque writhing figures. A vision taken from some ancient. Sons of Horus broke their advance formation. Loken heard the distinctive boom of an airborne detonation high above the city and pushed himself harder. As he entered the darkness of the fire inside, it was dark and ugly. The floor paved with torches, half human, up with stone hands, if through the bars of a cage. There's a way down, said Tor. Loken followed as Astartes ran towards the catacombs entrance. monstrous stone head with a passageway leading down its. As the darkness closed around him, Loki heard a familiar sound drifting from the walls of the siren hole. It was screaming. The song of the Coral City of Death. The first virus bombs detonated high above the coral. Huge explosions spreading the deadly pain far and wide into the atmosphere, designed to kill every. The viral strains released on Ispawn 3 were the most efficient killers in personal. The bombs had a high enough yield to murder the planet 100 times over and were set to burst at numerous differing altitudes and locations across the surface. The virus leapt through the forest and sweeping along algae blooms, riding air currents across mountain forded rivers, burrowed through glaciers. The Imperial's deadliest. The Emperor himself had been low. The bombs fell across Ispawn 3. Most of all, they fell on the core. World Eaters were furthest from cover and suffered the worst of the bombardment. Some had reached the safety of the bunkers, many more had not. Warriors fell to their knees, virus penetrated bodies, deadly corrosive agents laced into viral weapon dissolving pipes and all, or finding their way inside through battle damage. Stardae's scream sound was all the more shocking for its very existence rather than for the horror of its. The virus broke down cellular bonds at the molecular level, and victims literally dissolved into a soup of rancid meat in minutes of exposure, leaving little but sloshing suits of rotted armor. Even many of those who had reached the safety of the bunkers died in agony as they left the door, to find that they had brought the lethal virus inside with them. The virus spread through the civilian populace of Ispawn 3 at a speed of thought, victim to victim, and continued. People dropped where they flesh sloughing off skeleton, collapsed in their bones, jelly. Bright explosion, viral, perpetuating fatal reaction of corruption, very lethality of the virus. Without a host of organisms, victim, virus quickly. However, the bombardment was unrelenting, smothering the entire planet. Precisely targeted array of overlapping fire plans that nothing with the virus. Entire king vassals across the surface, rated immense cultures that had survived Old Night and the horror of invasion a dozen times overfell without even dying. Millions dying in agony as their bodies betrayed them and rotted. Cinderman watched the bloom of darkness spread across the slice of the planet's. It spread in a wide black ring way across the surface of the planet with astonishing gray desolation behind it. Another wave of corruption crept from another part of the surface. Two masses meeting and continuing to spread like a symptom of horror. What is it? You've already seen it, Rade. The Emperor showed you, through me, at his death. Cinderman's stomach lurched to remember the hit. His flesh disintegrated. Black corruption around him. That was what was happening. This was the betrayal. Cinderman felt as the blood had drained from him. The entire world was bathed in the intensity of death. Felt an echo of fear it brought to the people on 3. That fear multiplied across all those billions of people beyond his comprehension. Or remembrancer, said Q. Quiet sadness. Both of you. Remember this. Pass it on. One must. He nodded dumbly, too numbed by what he was saying to say anything. Come on, said Euphrates. We have to go. Go? Sobbed Mercedes, her eyes still fixed on the death of the world. Go where? Away, howled Euphrates, taking their hands and leading them through the immobile, horrified throng of remembrance to the edge of the. At first, Cinderman let her lead him, his limbs unable to do more than simply place one foot in front of another. But he saw she was taking them towards the Astartes at the edge of the back and along. Euphrates, he hissed. What are you doing? Those Astartes recognize us. Trust me, Cairo. Counting on them. Euphrates led them toward hulking, stood apart from the others. Cinderman knew enough of body language to know that this man was horrified as they were at what was happening. The Astartes turned, face craggy and like old leather. Euphrates stopped in front of him and said, Ikaton, I need your help. Ikaton Cruz, Cinderman had heard Loken speak of him, the half-herd. He was a warrior of the old days. Voice carried no weight amongst the higher echelons, and a warrior of old days. Need my help? Asked Cruz. Who are you? My name is Euphrates Keeler. This is Mercedes Oleton. Euphrates, as if her introductions in the midst of such carnage were the most normal thing in the world. And this is Cairo Cinderman. Cinderman could see the recognition in Cruz's face as he closed his eyes, as he awaited the inevitable shout that would reveal them. Loken asked me to look out for you. Loken? Asked Mercedes. Have you heard from him? Cruz shook his head. It said, he asked me to keep you safe while he was gone. I think I know what he meant now. What do you mean? Asked Cinderman, not liking the way Cruz kept casting wary glances at the armed warriors that lined the walls of the chamber. Never mind, said Cruz. Ikaton commanded Euphrates, voice laden with quiet authority. Look at me. The craggy features of Euphrates looked down at the slight form of Euphrates. Cinderman could feel the power and determination. Or the half-heard no longer, said Euphrates. Now your voice will be heard louder than any other in your legion. You cling to the old ways and wish them to return. The fond nostalgia of the venerable. Those days are dying here, Ikaton. With your help, we can bring them back again. What are you talking about, woman? I want you to remember Cathonia, Euphrates. Cinderman reacted as he felt an electric surge of energy spark from her very skin. What do you know of my planet of birth? What I see inside you? Soft glow building eyes and the honor and the valor from the wolf. You're the only one bodies would know nothing of. Cinderman could see her words were reaching him, breaking down barriers the Astartes erected between. Your brothers call you the half-herd. You do not take them, ask for. I know this is because a Chthonian warrior is honorable and cares not for petty ends. I also know that your counsel is not heard because yours is the voice of a past age. The Great Crusade was a noble thing, done not for gain, but for the good of all of humankind. Cinderman watched his face spoke volumes of raging. Loyalty to the Legion vied with loyalty to the ideas that had forged it. At last he smiled ruefully and said, nothing too arduous. He looked over towards the War Master and Malgahurst. Come. Follow me. Where to, Eston? To safety, replied Cruz. Loken asked me to look out for you. That's what I'm going. Now be silent and follow me. Cruz turned on his heel and marched towards one of the many doors that led out of the audience chamber. Roddy followed the warrior, and Cinderman and Mercedes trotted along after her, unsure as to where they were going. Cruz reached the door, A large portal of polished bronze guarded by two warriors moved them aside with a chopping wave of his hand. I'm taking these one below. Our orders are that no one is to leave, said the guards. I'm issuing you new orders, said Crew. Steely Cinderman had not noticed earlier, underpinning his words. Move aside, or are you disobeying the order of your superior officer? No, sir, said the warriors, bowing and hauling bronze doors. Cruz nodded to the guards and gestured that the four of them should pass through. Roddy, Cinderman, and Mercedes left the audience chamber, the door slamming behind them with an awful finality. Sounds of the dying plane and gasps of shock suddenly cut off. The silence that enveloped them was positively unnerving. Now what do we do? Asked Mercedes. I get us as far away from the vengeful spirit as possible. Cruz. Off the ship? Asked Cinderman. Yes, said Cruz. It's not safe for your kind now. Not safe at all. Thank you, Ninetails. I've been told it a lot, so I decided to start doing book read. When I'm playing games, it's a completely different style voice with a lot of cussing in it. So we got that going on too for us. We are on chapter 12. We're 65% of the way through this book. Gonna finish it up because I've been delaying it a bit too. Chapter 12. Lens. The galaxy burn. God machine. The screaming of the Coral City death throes came, battering against the palace like the streets below and throughout the palace. Bodies coming apart into the people thronged in to die, leaning their hatred up at the sky, imploring their gods to millions of cult was a terrible black death. A war singer soared overhead, trying to agony and terror of their deaths with the virus found her. Instead of singing the praises of Bonnie and gods, she coughed out black puke. Virus. He fell like a shot bird toward dying city. Bulky shape appeared on the palace. Ancient Rylanor strode to the edge of the overlooking the viral carnage seething between. Rylanor's dreadnought body was sealed outside, sealed far more effectively than any Astartes armor. The deathly wind swirled harmlessly around him as he watched the city's death unfold. Rylanor looked up towards the sky where far above the War Master's still emptying the last of its deathly payload on Istavan. Ancient dreadnought stood alone, the only note of peace broke the core of death. Good job, we built these bunkers tough, Captain wrote. The darkness of the sealed bunker by the sounds of death from thick walls. Pitifully few of the World Eater network of bunkers at the edge of the network barricaded themselves inside. They waited in the dark, listening to the virus kill populate efficiently than even. Darvis waited a moment, listening to the deaths of World Eaters. The deaths of civilians meant nothing. Screaming was dying down, replaced by a dull moan. Pain and fear mingled in a distant roar of death. How much longer must we hide like rats in the dark? The virus will burn itself out quickly, Arvids. That's what it's designed to do. Eat away anything living in the battlefield. How do you know? Asked Erlen. Tarvitz looked at him. He could tell Erlen that he did. What good would it? World Eaters might kill him, saying it. After all, their own Primarch was part of the war. I've seen such weapons employed before. You had better be right, snarled Erlen, sounding far from satisfied with Tarvitz. I won't cower here for much longer. World Eater looked over his. Their blood-stained armored bodies packed close together in the darkness. He raised his axe and called, Wraith, have you raised the sons of Horus? Not yet, replied Wraith. Tarvitz could see the veteran with numerous cortical implants blistered across his scalp. There's chatter, but nothing direct. So they're still alive? Maybe. Erlen shook his head. They got us. Thought we'd take the city and they got us. None of us could have known. No, there are no excuses. Erlen's. World Eaters must always go further than the enemy when they attack. Charge right back at them. They dig in, we dig them out. They kill our warriors, we kill their city. But this time the enemy went further than we did. We attacked their city, and they destroyed it to take us with them. We're all caught out, Captain Tarvitz. The Emperor's children. No, Tarvitz. This was our fight. The Emperor's children and sons of Horus were to head the beast. We were sent to cut out its heart. This was an enemy that could not be scared away or thrown into confusion. Istovanians had to be killed. Whether the other legions acknowledged it or not, World Eaters were the ones who had to win it. We take responsibility for our failure. Not your responsibility, said Tarp. The lesser soldier pretends that his failures are those of his commander, said Erlen. Astartes realizes they are his alone. No, Captain, said Tarvitz. You don't understand, I mean. Got something, said Wraith from the corner of the bunker. Sons of Horus, asked Erlen. Wraith shook his head. Death Guard, they took cover in the bunkers further west. What do they say? The virus is dying down. We could be out there again soon. Erlen, then we can be out there again, said Erlen with relish. The Istovanians come to take their city back, they'll find us waiting for them. No, said Tarvitz. There's one more stage of the viral attack still to come. What's that? Demanded Erlen. The firestorm, said Tarvitz. Hi, Jazz. How's TwitchCon Paris treating you? Get us all aquarium gravel, like you said you would. You see now, said Horus, assembled remembrancers. This is war. This is cruelty and death. This is what we do for you, and yet you turn your face from. Weeping men and women, mother in the wake of such monstrous genocide, unable to comprehend the scale of slaughter that had just been enacted in the name of the Emperor. You have come to my ship to chronicle the Great Crusade. There is much to be said for what you have achieved. Things change and time moves on. As the Astartes warriors along the flanks of the closed doors and stood before them with their bolts held across their chest. The Great Crusade is over, said Horus, his voice booming with power and strength. The ideals it once stood for are dead. All we have fought for has been a lie. Until now, I will bring the Crusade back to its rightful path and rescue the galaxy from its abandonment in the hands of the Emperor. Astonished gasps and wails spread around the chamber at Horus. He relished the freedom he was saying them out loud. The need for secrecy and misdirection was. Now he could unveil the grandeur of his designs for the galaxy, cast aside his false facade to reveal his true purpose. You cry out, but mere mortals cannot hope to comprehend the scale of my plans, said Horus, looks of panic that began to spread through the audience. No iterator ever have had a crowd so completely in the. Fortunately, this means there is no place for the likes of you in this new. I am to embark on the greatest war ever unleashed on the galaxy. I cannot be swayed from my course by those who harbor disloyalty. Horus smiled. The smile of an angelic executioner. Kill them, he said. All of them. Bolter fire stabbed into the crowd at the War Master's order. Flesh burst in wet explosions. Hundreds of bodies fell into the first full assault. The screaming began as the crowd surged away from the Astartes who marched into their midst, but there was no escape. Guns blazed and roaring chainswords rose and fell. Slaughter took less than a minute, and Horus turned away from the killing to watch the final death throes of his. Abaddon emerged from the shadows where he and Malgahurst had watched the slaughter of the Remembrance. My lord, said Abaddon, bowing low. What is it, my son? Ship surveyors report that the virus is mostly burned out. The gaseous levels? Off the scale, my lord, replied Abaddon. The gunners await your orders. Horus watched the swirling, noxious clouds enveloping the planet below. All it would take was a single spark. He imagined the planet as a phased end of a fuse that would ignite the galaxy in a searing conflagration and lead to an inexorable conclusion on Terra. Order the guns to fire, said Horus. Let the galaxy burn. Bowers got some free. Ooh, that would be cool. The other, I'm excited for Total War Pharaoh, honestly. I'm big into the Total. Emperor preserve us, whispered Moderati Kassar, unable to hide his horror and not caring who heard him. The miasma of rancid putrid gases still hung thickly around the Titan, but he could only dimly see the trenches again, along with the Death Guards emerging from the bunkers. Shortly after the order to seal the Titan had been given, the Death Guard had taken cover, clearly in receipt of the same order of as the D's array. The Estavanians had received no such order. The Death Guard's withdrawal had drawn the Estavanian soldiers forward, and they had borne the full brunt of the bioweapon. Masses of mucus-like flesh choked the trenches, half-formed human corpses looming from them. Faces melted and rot, bloated bodies split open. Thousands upon thousands of Estavanians lay in rotting heaps, and thick streams of sluggish black corruption ran the length of the trench. Beyond the battlefield, death had consumed the forest that lay just outside the core, now resembling endless graveyards of blackened trunks, like scorched skeletal hands. The earth beneath was saturated with biological death, and the air was thick with foul gases released by the oceans of decaying matter. Report, said Prince Epturnit, re-entering the cockpit from the Titan's main dorsal cavity. We're sealed, said Moderati Arukin, on the other side of the bridge. Crew's fine, and I have 0 readings of contaminants. The virus has burned itself out, said Turnet. Kassar, what's out there? Kassar took a moment to gather his thoughts, still struggling with the hideous magnitude of death that he couldn't even imagine. He had not seen it through the eyes of the ray. The Estavanians are gone, he said. He peered through the swirling clouds of gas at the mass of the city. All of them. The Death Guard. Kassar looked closer, seeing segments of gunmetal armor partially buried in gory choke points marking where Astartes had fallen. Some of them were caught out there, he said. A lot of them are dead, but the order must have got to most of them. The order. Yes, Princeps, the order to take cover. Turnet peered through the Titan's eye on Aurican's side of the bridge, seeing Death Guard warriors through the greenish haze, peering the trenches around their bunkers, and treading through the foul remains of the Estavanians. Damn, said Turnet. We are blessed, said Kassar. This could have easily have been. Watch your mouth, Moderati. That religious filth is a crime by the order of. Turnet's voice cut off as movement cut his eye. Kassar followed his gaze in time to see the clouds of gas lit up by brilliant beams of light as a blazing lance strike slashed through the clouds of noxious, highly flammable gas. All it took was a single spark. An entire planet's worth of decaying matter wreathed the atmosphere of Issavan 3 in a thick shawl of combustible gases. The lance strike from the vengeful spirit burned through the upper atmosphere into the choking miasma. Its searing beam ignited the gas with a dull whoosh that seemed to suck oxygen from the air. In a second, the air itself caught light, ripping across the landscape in a howling maelstrom of fire and noise. Entire continents were laid bare, their landscapes seared to bare rock. Their decayed populations vaporized in seconds as winds of fire swept across their surfaces in a deadly gale of blazing destruction. Cities exploded as gas lines went up, blazing towers of fire whipping madly in the deadly firestorm. Nothing could survive, and flesh, stone, and metal were vitrified or melted into unimaginable temperatures. Entire sprawls of buildings collapsed, and the bodies of their former occupants reduced to ash and waste on the wind. Palaces of marble and industrial heartlands destroyed in gigantic mushroom clouds as the storm of destruction swept around Issavan 3, with relentless, mindless destruction until it seemed as though the entire globe was ablaze. Those Astartes who survived the viral attack found themselves consumed in flames as they desperately sought to find cover once more. But against this firestorm there could be no cover for those who had dared to brave the elements. By the time the echoes of the recoil had faded on the War Master's flagship, billions had died on Issavan 3. Maserati Kassar hung on for dear life as the tempestuous firestorm raged around the Desiree. The colossal titan swayed like a reed in the wind, and he just hoped that the new stabilizing gyros the Mechanicum had installed held firm in the face of the onslaught. Across from him, Arukin gripped the rails surrounding his chair with white-knuckled hands, staring in odd terror at the blazing vortices spinning beyond the command bridge. Emperor, save us, he whispered over and over as the flames billowed and surged for what seemed like an eternity. The heat in the command bridge was intolerable since the cooling units had been shut down and the Titan was sealed off from the outside world. Like a gigantic pressure cooker, the temperature inside the Titan climbed rapidly until Kassar felt as if he could no longer draw breath without searing the interior of his lungs. He closed his eyes and saw the ghostly green scroll of data flash through his retinas. Sweat poured from him in a torrent, and he knew that this was it. This was how he would die. Not in battle, not saying the Lecitio Deviantis, but cooked to death inside his beloved Desiree. He had lost track of how long they had been bathed in fire when the professional core of his mind saw that the temperature readings, which had been rising rapidly since the firestorm had hit, were beginning to flatten out. Kassar opened his eyes and saw the madly churning mass of flame through the phase of the Titan's head. But he also saw spots of the sky burned blue as the fire incinerated the last of the combustible gases released by the dead on Issavan. Temperature dropping, he said, amazed that they were still alive. Arukin laughed as he too realized they were going to live. Prince Septurna slid back into the chair and began bringing the Titan systems back online. Kassar slid back into the chair, the leather soaking wet where his sweat saw the reef. Once again opened their systems to the outside world. Systems check, ordered Turnet. Arukin nodded, mopping his sweat-streaked brow with the sleeve. Weapons fine, though we'll need to watch our fire rate since they're already pretty hot. Confirmed, said Kassar. We won't be able to fire any more plasma weapons anytime soon. We'll probably blow our arm off if we try. Understood, said Turnet. Initiate emergency cooling procedures. I want those guns ready to fire as soon as possible. Kassar nodded, though he was unsure as to the cause of the Princeps urgency. Surely there could be nothing out there that would have survived the firestorm. Certainly nothing that could threaten a Titan. Incoming, called Arukin. Kassar looked up to see a flock of black specks descending rapidly through the crystal sky, flying low towards the blackened ruins of the burned city. Arukin tracked them, snapped her net. Gunship, said Arukin. They're heading for the center of the city, what's left of the palace. Whose are they? Can't tell yet. Kassar sat back in the cockpit seat and let filaments of the Titan's command system come to fore of his mind once again. He engaged the Titan's targeting system and his vision plunged into the target reticle, zooming in on the formation of gunships disappearing among the crumbling, fire-blackened ruins of the Coral City. He saw bone-white colors trimmed with blue and the symbols of fanged jaws closing over a planet. World Eaters, he said out loud. They're World Eaters. It must be the second wave. There is no second wave, said Turnet, as if to himself. Arukin, get the Fok mast up and connect me to the Vengeful Spirit. Fleet Command, said Arukin. No, said Turnet, the War Master. Ikaton crews led them through the corridors of the Vengeful Spirit, past the training halls, past Lupercal's court, down the twisting passageways none of them had traversed before, even when they had been hiding from Maggard and Malgahurst. Cinderman's heart beat a rapid tattoo on his ribs, and he felt a curious mix of elation and sorrow fill him as he realized what Cruz had saved them from. There could be little doubt as to what must have happened to the Remembrancers and the audience, and the thought of so many wonderful creative people sacrificed to the interest of those with no understanding of art, but the creative process galled him, saddened him. He glanced at Euphrates Keeler, who appeared to have become stronger since their escape from death. Her hair was golden, her eyes bright, and though her skin was still pallid, it only served to highlight the power within her. Mercedes Olitan, by contrast, was visibly weak. They will come after us soon. They are not already. Can we escape? Mercedes asked hoarsely. Cruz only shrugged. We will or we won't. This is it? Asked Cinderman. Keeler shot him in a mute glance. No, you should know better than that, Kyril. It is never it. Not for a believer. There is always more. Something to look forward to when it's all over. They passed a number of observation domes that looked out into the cold void of space, the sight only serving to remind Cinderman of just how tiny they were in the context of the galaxy. Even the faintest speck of light that he could see was actually a star, perhaps surrounded by its own world, its own people, entire civilization. How is it that we find ourselves at the center of such a momentous events and yet we never saw them coming? Whispered. After a while, Cinderman began to recognize his surroundings, seeing familiar signs scraped into the bulkheads, and insignia he recognized, telling him that they were approaching the embarkation decks. Cruz led the way unerringly, his stride sure and calm, a far cry from the wretched sycophant he had heard described. The blast doors to the embarkation deck were closed, tattered remnants of votive papers and offerings made to the War Master when his sons took him to Delphos still fixed to the surrounding structure. In here, said Cruz. If we're lucky, there will be a gunship we can take. And go where? Demanded Mercedes. Where can we go that the War Master won't find us? Keeler reached out and placed a hand on Mercedes' arm. Don't worry. We have more friends than you know, Sadie. The Emperor will show me the way. The doors rumbled open, and Cruz marched confidently onto the embarkation deck. Cinderman smiled in relief when the warrior said, There, Thunderhawk 9 Delta. But the smile fell from his face as he saw the gold-armored form of Maggard standing. Old Tarvich watched, look of utter disbelief in Captain Erlin's face as he took the scale of destruction wrought by the firestorm. Nothing remained of the Coral City as they had known it. Every scrap of living gone. burned to atoms by the flames that roared and howled in the wake of the virus attack. Every building was black, burned and collapsed so that Istaban 3 resembled a vision of hell, its tumbled buildings still ablaze as the last combustible materials burned away. Tall plumes of fire poured skyward in defiance of gravity. Steel lines and refineries that would continue to burn until the reserves were exhausted. The stench of scorched metal and meat was pungent, and the vista before them was unrecognizable as that which they had fought across only minutes before. Why? Was all Erling could ask. I don't know, said Tarvitz, wishing he had more to tell the World Eater. This wasn't the Istabanians, was it? Asked Erling. Tarvitz wanted to lie, but he knew that the World Eater would see through him instantly. No, he said, it wasn't. We are betrayed? Tarvitz nodded. Why? Repeated Erlen. I have no answers for you, brother, but if they hope to kill all of us in one swoop, then they have failed. And the World Eaters will make them pay for that failure, swore Erlen. A new sound rose over the crackle of burning buildings, tumbling masonry. Tarvitz heard it too and looked up in time to see a flock of World Eater gunships streaking towards their position from the outskirts of the city. Gunfire came down in a burning spray, punching through the ruins around them, boring holes in the black marble of the ground. Hold! Shouted Erlen. Heavy fire thudded down among the World Eaters as the gunships roared overhead. Tarvitz crouched at a smashed window opening beside Erlen, hearing one of the World Eaters grunt in pain as a shell found its mark. Gunships passed and soared up into the sky, looping around above the shattered palace before angling down for another run. Heavy weapons, get some fire up there, yelled Erlen. Gunfire stuttered up from the gaps of the partially collapsed roof, chattering heavy bolters and the occasional ruby flare of a las cannon. Tarvitz ducked back from the window, and as return fire thundered down, stitching lines of explosions through the World Eaters. More of them fell down, blow off their feet or blasted apart. One World Eater slumped down beside Tarvitz, back of his head a pulse mass. Gunships banked, spraying fire down at their... Tarvitz could see the World Eaters on them as they back towards their position. Return fire lanced upward. Gunships fell. Engines, flames, smashed to pieces against them. Tarvitz could see dozens, really the whole World Eater arsenal. Thunderhawk dropped through, covering a few meters above the ground with this down. Bolter fire sparking around the open. Erlen turned to Tarvitz. This isn't your fight, he yelled. Fire. Get out of here. Emperor's children never run, replied Tarvitz, drying his you from this. No space marine survived the fire that blazed away at the end. There was no space marine. The roar like a hunting animal. Ron leapt from the gunship and ended with a terrible crash in the... He was a monster of legend. Huge and terrible. Primarch's hideous face twisted in hate. His huge chain axes battered and stained with decades of bloodshed. The mighty Primarch landed. World Eaters dropped from the other gunship. Thousands of World Eaters toiled to the Master, followed their Primarch, accompanied by the war cries that echoed in bestial howl as he charged into his former. Horus put his fist through the pick screen that showed the transmission from the ray. The image of the World Eater gunship splintered under the assault as his anger at Angron's defiance boiled over. One of his allies, no, one of his subordinates had disobeyed his direct order. Axamon, Abaddon, Erebus, Algar eyed him warily, and Horus could imagine their trepidation. Angron's impetuous attack on the survivors of the virus bombing. That there were survivors at all was galling, but Angron's actions put a whole new spin on the Istavon campaign. And yet, he said, choking back his rage, I am surprised at this. War Master, said Axamon. What do you... Angron is a killer, snapped Horus, rounding on his Mournball son. He solves every problem with raw violence. He attacks first and thinks later. If he thinks at all. And yet I never saw this. What else would he do when he saw the survivors of his legion? Would he sit back and watch the rest of the bombard them from orbit? Never, and yet I did nothing. Horus glanced at the smashed remains of the pick display. I will never be caught out like this again. There will be no twists of fate I do not see coming. The question remains, said Axamon. What shall we do about Angron? Destroy him with the rest of the city. He cannot be trusted to obey his war liability. World leaders are an exceptionally effective weapon of Axamon. Why destroy them when they havoc among those loyal to the... There are always soldiers, said Abaddon. Many will beg to join the War Master. There is no room for those who can't follow orders. Angron is a killer, yes, but he is predictable. Arabit. Horus bristled at the implicit insult in the first chaplain's. He can be kept obedient by letting him off the leash every now and again. The word bearers may live by treachery and lies, snarled Abaddon. The sons of Horus, you are loyal or you are dead. What do you know of my legion? Asked Arabit, rising in first captain's ire, his mask of smirking. I know secrets that would destroy you. How dare you speak to me of deceit? This reality, all you know, this is a lie. Erebus! Roared Horus, ending the confrontation instantly. This is not the place to evangelize your legion. I have made my decision and these are wasted words. Then Angron will be destroyed in the bombardment? Asked Malgahurst. No, replied Horus. Will not. A War Master, even if Angron prevails, he could be down there for weeks, said Axamon. And he will not fight alone. You know, my sons, why the Emperor appointed me War Master? Because you were his favorite son, replied Malgahurst. You are the greatest warrior and tactician of the Great Crusade. Whole worlds have fallen at the mention. I do not ask for flattery, snarled Horus. Because you never lose, said Abaddon level. I never lose, nodded Horus, glaring between star days. Because I see only victory. I have never seen a situation that cannot be turned into triumph. No disadvantage that cannot be turned to an advantage. That is why I was made War Master. Dav and I fell, yet came through that ordeal stronger. Against the Artorian technocracy, we faced dissent from within our own fleet. So I used the conflict to rid us of those fomenting rebellion. There is no failing that I cannot turn to a component of my victory. Angron has decided to turn Istvan III into a ground assault. I can consider this a failure, and limit its impact by bombing Angron and his world eaters into dust along with the rest of the planet. Or I can forge a triumph from it that will send echoes far into the... Malgahurst broke the silence that followed. What would you have us do, Master? Inform the other legions that they are to prepare for a full assault on the Loyalists in the Coral City. Ezekiel, assemble the legion, have them ready to launch the attack in 2 hours. I shall be proud to lead my legion. You will not lead them. That honor will go to Cedre and Targos. Anger flared in Ab. I am the first captain. This battle where resolve and brutality are qualities required for victories made for me. You are a captain of the Mournball, Ezekiel. I have another role for you. You and little Horus fight. One I feel sure you will relish. Yes, War Master, said Abaddon, frustration disappearing from his face. As for you, Erebus, War Master, stay out of our way. To your duty, sons of Horus. Haggard, factions, Luna wolves. Oh. Take a moment here to stretch. 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 Everybody stretch. Get yourself a drink of water. Like that. Righty. We're on chapter 13. Yeah. Hanging out and listening. A very somber moment here. Horus has decided to throw a fit, so. Chapter 13. Haggard. Action. Princep Turnip listened intently as orders came through. Kassar couldn't hear the orders piped into Princep's ear. He didn't want. It was all he could do to keep from vomiting. Every time he let his mind wander outside the system, he saw nothing but the tangles of charred ruins. His consciousness in the machine, pulling his perception back into the massive form of the Titan. The diesel ray was coming back to life around him. He could sense the God Machine's limbs flood with power and feel the weapons reloading. The plasma reactor at his heart was beating in time with his own, a ball of nuclear flame that burned with the Emperor's righteous strength. Even here among all this death and horror, the Emperor was with him. The God Machine was an instrument of his will, standing firm among the destruction. That thought comforted Kassar and helped him focus. If the Emperor was here, the Emperor would protect. Orders from the Vengeful Spirit, said Turnep briskly. Moderati, open fire. Open fire, said Arokin. Sir, the Estevanians are gone. They're dead. To Kassar, Arokin's voice sounded distant, for he was subsumed in the systems of the Titan, but he heard Turnet's voice clearly as if he had spoken in his own ear. Not at the Estevanians, replied Turnet. At the Death Guard. Princeps, said Arokin. Fire on the Death Guard. I am not in the habit of repeating my orders, Moderati, replied Turnet. And they are to fire on the Death Guard. They have defied the War Master. Kassar froze as if there wasn't enough Istavan death on Istavan 3. Now the diesel ray was to fire on the Death Guard, the very force they had been sent to support. Sir, he said, this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't need to, shouted Turnet, his patience finally at an end. Just do as I order. Looking straight into Turnet's eye, the truth hit Titus Kassar as though the Emperor had reached out from Terra and filled him with the light of truth. The Estevanians did they? War Master. Turnet's face creased in a slow smile. Kassar saw his hand reach sidearm. Kassar didn't give him a chance to get there. Snatched for his own auto pistol. Both men drew their pistols and fired. Maggard took a step forward, drawing his golden Carillion blade and unhalted. His bulk was even more massive than Cinderman remembered, grossly swollen to proportions beyond human, and more reminiscent of an Astartes. Had that been Maggard's reward for his service to the War Master? Without wasting words of preamble, Cruz raised his bolter and fired. The Maggard's armor was equal of Astartes' plate. The shot simply signaled the beginning of it. Cinderman and Mercedes ducked as Maggard's pistol spat fire, the noise appalling as the two warriors ran towards the one guns blazing. Keeler watched calmly as Maggard's gunfire blew chunks from Cruz's armor, but before he could fire any more, Cruz was upon him. Cruz smashed his fist into Maggard's midriff, but the silent killer rode the punch and swung his sword for the Astarte's head. Cruz ducked back from the great slash of Maggard's sword, the blade slicing through the armor of the Astarte's warrior's stomach. Blood sprayed briefly from the wound, and Cruz dropped to his knees in sudden pain before drawing his combat knife. The blade as long as a mortal warrior's. Maggard leapt towards him, sword hacked a deep gouge in Cruz's side. Yet more blood spilled from the venerable Astarte's body. Another strike slashed towards Cruz, but this time combat knife and Carillion blade met in a shower of fiery sparks. Cruz recovered first and stabbed his blade through the gap between Maggard's grips. The assassin stumbled backwards and Cruz rose unsteadily to his feet. The assassin stepped in close and lunged with his sword. Maggard was almost the equal and had youth on his side, but even Cinderman could see lower as if his new form was unfamiliar, not yet warning. Cruz sidestepped the huge arcing strike of Maggard's sword and swung inside his opponent's defenses, reaching around to lock his head in the crook of his elbow. His other arm snapped around plunged the knife into Maggard's throat, but a fist seized Cruz's hand in an iron grip, halting the blade inches from the man's pulsing jugular. Cruz fought to force the blade upward, but Maggard's new hand strength was greater, and he began to force the blade to one side. Beads of sweat popped on Cruz's face, and Cinderman knew that this was a struggle he could not win alone. He pushed himself to his feet and ran towards Maggard's fallen pistol, its matte black finish cold, lethal looking. Though designed for a mortal grip, the pistol still felt absurdly huge in his hand. Cinderman held the heavy pistol outstretched and marched toward the struggling warriors. He couldn't risk a shot from any distance. He was no marksman, likely to hit their deliverer as their killer. He walked up to the fight and put the muzzle of the pistol directly on the bleeding wound where Cruz had stabbed Maggard and pulled the trigger. The recoil of the shot almost shattered his wrist, but the effects of his intervention more than made up for the trauma. Maggard opened his mouth in a silent scream, and his entire body flinched in agony. Maggard's grip on the knife weakened, and with a roar of anger, Cruz punched it into the base of his opponent's jaw and through the roof of his mouth. Maggard buckled and fell to one side with a falling tree. The golden armor assassin and the Astartes rolled. Cruz was on top of his enemy, still gripping the knife. Face to face for him, Maggard spat a mouthful of blood into Cruz's face. Cruz pushed the knife deeper into Maggard's jaw, plunged into it. Maggard spasmed, his huge bulk thrashing briefly, and when he stopped, Cruz was looking into a pair of blank dead eyes. Cruz pushed himself from Maggard's body. Face to face, said Cruz, breathing heavily with the exertion of killing Maggard. Not with treachery from 1,000 miles up. Face to face. He looked at Cinderman and nodded his thanks. The warrior was wounded and exhausted, but there was a calm serenity to him. I remember how it used to be, he said. We were brothers on Chthoniya, not just among ourselves, but with our enemies too. That was what the Emperor saw in us when he came to the Hives. We were gangs of killers as existed on 1,000 other worlds, but we believed in a code that was more precious than life. That was what he wrought into the Luna Woods. I thought that even if none of the rest of us remembered, the War Master would, because he was the one the Emperor chose to lead us. No, said Q. You are the last one. When I realized that, I just told them what they wanted to hear. I tried to be one of them, and I succeeded. Almost forgot everything. Until now. The music of the spheres, said Cinderman quietly. Cruz's eyes focused on Keeler and his face hardened. I did nothing half-heard, said Keeler, answering his unasked question. You said so yourself. The ways of Chthonian were the reason the Emperor chose you and your brothers for the Luna Wolves. Perhaps it was the Emperor who reminded you. I saw this coming for so long, but I let it go. Because I thought that was my code now. Nothing changed. Not really. The enemy just moved. Look, as profound as this all is, can we get the hell out of here? Asked Mercedes. Cruz nodded and beckoned them towards the Thunderhawk gunship. You're right, Missile. Let's get off this ship. It's dead to me now. We're with you, Captain, said Cinderman as he picked his way over Magar's body. After Cruz, the years seemed to have dropped from him, as if the energy lost in the fight was returning with interest. Cinderman saw a light in his eyes he hadn't seen before. Watching the light of understanding rekindle Nickets on Cruz reminded Cinderman that there was still hope. There was nothing so dangerous in the galaxy as a little hope. Turnet's shot went high and Kassar's went wide. Jonah Aru ducked for cover as the rounds ricocheted on the curved ceiling of the bridge. Turnet rolled down behind the command chair as Kassar pulled himself up from his own chair, set deep into the cockpit floor and level with the Titan's eye. Kassar fired again. Sparks showered as the auto pistol round hit the electronics array around Turnet's chair. Turnet fired back and Kassar dropped into cover of the depression formed by his own seat. The connectors had been torn free from his scalp as he moved and tears of blood streaked his face. Metallic monofilament wires clinging wetly to the back of his neck. His mind throbbed with the suddenness of being ripped away from the god machine. Titus, yelled Arukin, what are you doing? Maserati, surrender or you will die here, shouted Turnet. Throw your weapon down and surrender. This is treachery, shouted Kassar. Jonah, you know I am right. The War Master did this. He brought death to the city and killed the believers. Turnet fired blindly from behind the elaborate machine of the command seat. Believe? You would betray your War Master because of this religion? Your disease, do you know that? Religion is a sickness and I should have put you down long ago. Kassar thought rapidly. There was only one way out of the cockpit. The doorway that led into the Titan's dorsal cavity where the plasma general was located, along with the detail of engineer crewmen who operated it. He couldn't run, for fear of Turnet shooting him as he broke cover. But the same was true of Turnet. They were both trapped. You knew, said Kassar, about the bombardment. Of course I knew. How can you be so ignorant? Don't you even know what's happening on this planet? The Emperor is being betrayed, said Kassar. There is no Emperor, shouted Turnet. He abandoned us, he left the Imperium, then died to conquer for him. He doesn't care, but the War Master cares. He conquered this galaxy and it is his to rule, but there are fools who don't understand that. They are the only ones who have forced the War Master into this so that he can do what must be done. Kassar's mind reeled. Turnet had betrayed everything the Emperor had built. The combat within the command bridge struck Kassar as a representative of what was happening in the wider conflict. Turnet rose and fired wildly as he ran for the door, both shots smacking into the bridge wall behind Kassar. I won't let you do this, yelled Kassar, returning fire. His first shot went wide, but now Princeps Turnet was struggling with the wheel lock of the door. Kassar lined up a shot on Turnet's back. Titus, don't do it, shouted Arukin, wrenching the Titan's primary motor controls around them. The Titan lurched madly and the whole bridge tipping like the deck of a ship in a storm. Kassar was thrown back against the wall, the opportunity to take a shot gone. Turnet hauled the door open, throwing himself from the Titan's bridge and out of Kassar's firing line. Kassar scrambled to it. The Titan rocked upright. Shape moved in front of him, and he almost fired before realizing it was Jonah Arukin. Titus, come on, said Arukin. Don't do that. I don't have a choice. This is treachery. You don't have to die. Kassar jerked his head towards the Titan's eye, through which they could still see the Death Guard moving through death-slicked trenches. Neither do they. You know I'm right, Arukin. You know the War Master has betrayed the Imperium. We have the D's array, we can do something about it. Orokin looked from Kastar's face to the gun in his hand. It's over, Kastar. Just give this up. With me or against me, Jaina, said Kastar levelly. The Emperor is faithful or his enemy. Your choice. It had often been said that a space marine knew. Such a statement was not literally true. A space marine could know, but he had the training and discipline to deal with it and not let it affect him in battle. Captain Saul Tarvitz was no exception. He faced storms of gunfire and monstrous aliens, and even glimpsed the insane predators of the warp. Angron charged, he ran. The Primarch smashed through the ruins like a juggernaut. He bellowed insanely, and with one sweep of his chain axe carved two loyal world eaters in two, bringing his offhand axe down to bite through the torso of a third. His traitor world eater dived over the rubble, blasting with pistols, stabbing with blades. Die, bellowed Captain Erlin as the loyalists countercharged, throwing themselves into the enemy as one. Tarvitz was used to Astartes who fought in feints and countercharges, overlapping fields of fire, picking the enemy apart, sweeping through his ranks with grace and precision. The World Eaters did not fight with the perfection of fought with anger, brutality, and destruction. Fought with more hatred than ever before. Against the Battle Brothers, Tarvitz scrambled back from the World Eater shot past him on butchered bodies like bound shit. Fate awaited them. Tarvitz put it crawling into the statue stood scarred in battles. He glanced behind him. Thousands of World Eaters locked in a terrible hurricane, scrambling to get at one another. The center of the bloody Angron, massive and terrible, is laid about with axes. Captain Erwin crashed down a short distance. The World Eater's eyes flickered over Tarvitz before he rolled onto his back and pulled. Erlin's face was torn open. Red mask of blood with his eyes recognizable. Pack of World Eaters piling him down and carving up a side of meat. Is my stream having issues now? Is it having issues now, or was I just not looking the right way? Sorry. Is that better? Is this better? Is this better? Right here. Is that better? Blah blah blah. Hurricane of carnage. Smashed. A pack of World Eaters descended on him, piling him to the ground and working at him as though they were carving up a side of meat. Volleys of bolter shots thudded through the walls and into the battle spilled into the courtyard. World Eaters wrestling with one another, forcing bolters up to fire point blank or disemboweling their battle brothers with chain axes. Tarvitz kicked himself to his feet and ran as a wall collapsed and a dozen traitors surged forward. He threw himself behind a pillar, bolt shells blasting chunks of marble from it in concussive impacts. The sound of the battle followed him, and Tarvitz knew that he had to try to find the Emperor's children. Only with his fellow warriors alongside him could he impose some form of order on this chaotic fight. Tarvitz ran, realizing that the gunfire was directed at him from all angles. He charged through the ruins of a grand dining hall into a cavernous stone-walled kitchen. He kept running and smashed his way through the ruins until he found himself in the streets of the Coral City. A burning gunship streaked overhead, crashing into a building in an orange plume of flame as gunfire stuttered throughout the ruins he had just vacated, and Angron's roaring cut through the din of battle. The magnificent dome of the Precinctor's palace rose above the battle unfolding across the blackened remains of the city. As Tarvitz made his way through the carnage towards his beloved Emperor's children, he promised that if he was to meet death on this blasted world, then he would meet it amongst his battle brothers, and in death defy the hatred the War Master has sown against them. Loken watched the Sons of Horus landing on the far side of Siren Hold. His Space Marines, he couldn't think of them as Sons of Horus anymore, were arrayed around the closest tomb spire in a formidable defensive position. Heavy weapons commanded the valley of shrines through which the attackers would have to advance, and the tactical marines held hard points of ruins where they would fight on their own terms. But the enemy was not the Estavanian army. They were his brothers. I thought they'd bomb us, Torgadon. They should have done, replied Loken. Something went wrong. It'll be Abaddon, said Torgadon. He must have been itching for a chance to take us on face to face. Horus couldn't have held him back. Or Cedre, echoed Loken. Hastened. The afternoon sun hung in veils, the shadows cast by the walls and the fires. I never thought it would end like this, Loken. Maybe storming some alien citadel or defending Terra, like something from the epic poems. Something romantic. Something the Remembrancer could get their teeth. I never thought it could end ending a hole like this against me. Yes, but then you were always an idealist. Sons of Horus were coming down on the far side of the valley, the optimal point to strike from. Loken knew that this would be the hardest battle he would. You don't have to die here, said Loken. Look, I know. We can win. Throw everything we have at them. I'll lead them in from the front, and there's a chance that, we don't have to hold. We know we can get through the main gates into the city. Strike for the Precinctor's palace, we can link up with the Emperor's children, or the World Eaters. Lucius said the warning came from Saul Tarvitz. They know we are betrayed. Saul Tarvitz is on Istavan 3. Asked Loken, the hope flaring in his heart. Apparently so, nodded Torgadon. We could help them fortify the palace. Loken looked back across the table. You would retreat? I would when there's no victory. We can fight on better terms elsewhere. Never have another chance to face them on our own. The whole city is gone. The whole damn planet is dead. It's about punishing them for their betrayal and the brothers we lost. We all lost brothers here. Dying won't come back. I'll have my vengeance. Not throwing you warriors I have left at a knee-jerk act of. Think about this. Really think about it. Why you want to fight them. Loken could hear the burst of gunfire in each fight. They were still the best trained and most disciplined. He knew that if he wanted to fight those who had betrayed him, he had to fight with his head, not his heart. You're right, Tarek, said Loken. Link up with Tarvitz, we need to go organize. We need to get organized to launch a counter-attack. We can really make them suffer, Garvey. We can force them into battle and delay them. If Tarvitz got the warning out here, just say there aren't others carrying the warning to Terra. Maybe to other legions. Already know what's happened. Someone underestimated us. They thought this would be a massacre. We'll get one better. We'll turn Istavan 3 into a war. We're the Luda Wolves, Garvey. We can do anything. Loken took his friend's hand, accepting the truth of the words. He turned to the squads arrayed behind him, scanning the valley through their gun sights. Dardes, he shouted. You all know what has happened here, and I share your pain and outrage, but I need you to focus on what we must now do, and not let passion blind you to the cold facts of war. Bonds of brotherhood have been shattered, and we are no longer the sons of Horus. That name has no meaning for us now. We are once again the Luna Wolves, soldiers of the Emperor. A deafening cheer greeted his words as Loken continued. We're giving the enemy this position and will break through the gates to strike for the palace. Captain Torgadon and I will take the assault units and lead the spear tip. Within moments, the newly rechristened Luna Wolves were ready to move out. Torgadon barking orders to put up assault squads up front. Loken gathered a body of warriors to him, forming a pocket of resistance in the shadow of the fire. Kill for the living and kill for the dead, said Torgadon as they prepared to move out. Kill for the living, replied Loken, as the spear tip numbering perhaps 2,000 moved out across the gate of the siren hole towards the massive gate. Loken turned back to the valley, seeing the shapes of Sons of Horus moving towards him. Larger, darker shapes loomed in the distance, grinding the battle-scarred shrines and statues to dust as they went. Rhino APCs, lumbering land raiders, even barrel-shaped silhouette of a dreadnought. He felt he should be filled with sadness at the tragedy of fighting his brothers. There was no sadness. There was only hatred. Aruken's eyes were hollow and he was sweating. Kassar was shocked to see his normal cocky arrogance replaced by fear. Kassar knew that he could not fully trust Jonah Aruken. This has to end, Titus, said Aruken. You don't want to be a martyr, do you? Martyr? That's a strange choice of words for someone who claims not to believe. A smile appeared on Aruken's face. I'm not as stupid as you think, Titus. You're a good man and a damn good crewman. You believe in things. There's more than most people can manage, so I'd rather you didn't die. Kassar didn't respond to Aruken's forced lividity. Please. I know you're just saying that for the Princeps' benefit. I've no doubt he can hear your every word. Probably yes, but he knows that as soon as he opens that door, you'll blow his head off, so I guess you and I can just say what we damn like. Kassar's grip on the gun relaxed. You're not in his pocket. Hey, we've been through some scary shit recently, haven't we? Said Aruken. I know what you're going through. Kassar shook his head. No, you don't. I know what you're trying to do. I can't back down. I'm making a stand in the name of my Emperor. I won't just surrender. Look, Titus. If you believe, then you believe. But you don't have to prove that to anyone. You think I'm doing this for show? Asked Kassar, aiming his gun at Aruken's throat. Aruken held his hands out and walked carefully around the Princeps' command chair to stand across the bridge from him. The Emperor isn't just a figurehead to cling to, said Kassar. He is a god. He has a saint and miracles, and I have seen them, and so have you. Think of all you have seen, and you'll realize you have to help me, Jonah. I saw some odd things, Titus, but don't deny them, interrupted Kassar. They happened as sure as you and I were standing in this war machine, Jonah. There is an Emperor, and he is watching over us. He judges us by the choices we make, and the choices are hard. The War Master has betrayed us. If I stand back and let it happen, then I am betraying my Emperor. There are principles that must be defended, Aruken. Don't you see that much? If none of us take a stand, then the War Master will win. There won't even be a memory of this betrayal. Aruken shook his head in front. Kassar, if I could just make you see. You're trying to tell me you haven't seen anything to believe in? Asked Kassar, turning away in disappointment. He looked through the scorched panes of the viewing bay at the assembling Death Guard. Titus, I haven't believed in anything for a long time, said Aruken. For that, I'm truly sorry. I'm sorry for this, too. Kassar turned to see that Jonah Aruken had drawn his pistol and aimed it squarely at his chest. Jonah, said Kassar, you would betray me after all we have seen? There is only one thing I want, Titus. That's to command and that's command of my own Titan. One day I want to be Precepts Aruken, and that's not going to happen if I let you do. Kasar said, know that this whole galaxy is starved of a belief. Think that you might be the only one who believes. Yet to still believe in spite of all of that, that is faith, Aruken. I wish you could understand that. It's too late for that, Titus, said Aruken. Sorry. Aruken's gun barked 3 times, filling the bridge with bursts of light and noise. Jarvis could see the battle from the shadow of it, virtually Cinctor's palace. It escaped the cyclone of carnage that Angron had slaughtered into life, to link up with his own warriors in the palace. The side of the World Leader's Primarch was a still vivid red horror in mind. Jarvis glanced back into the palace, the vaulted hallway strewn with bodies of dead palace guards, darkening. Late afternoon turned the shadows long and dim. Soon it would be night. Lucius, Vox Jarvis, static howling. Lucius, come in. Saul, what do you see? Gunships and drop pods too. Our colors landing just north of here. Has the Primarch blessed us with his presence? Looks like Eidolon, said Tarvitz with relish. The Vox was heavy with static, and he knew that the War Master's forces would be attempting to jam their Vox channel without blocking their own. Listen, Lucius, Angron is going to break through here. The loyal world leaders down there won't be able to hold him. He's going to head for the palace. Then there will be a battle, deadpan Lucius. I hope Angron makes it a good fight. I think I might have found a decent fencing bonus at last. You're welcome to him. We just need to make this stand count. Start barricading the central dome. We'll move to fortifying the main domes and junctions if Angron gives us that long. Since when did you become the leader here? Asked Lucius petulantly. I was the one who killed Vardis Prawl. Jarvis felt his anger rise at his friend's childishness at such a volatile time, but bit back the anger to say, get in there and help man the barricades. We don't have long before we'll be in the thick of it. The Thunderhawk sped away from the vengeful spirit, gathering speed as crews kicked in the afterburners. Mercedes felt unutterably lightheaded to be off the War Master's ship at last, but the cold realization that they had nowhere to go sobered her. Saw glinting specks of the fleet all around him. Now what? Asked Cruz. We're away, but where to next? I told you we were not without friends, did I not, Ikaton? Said Euphrates, sitting in the co-pilot's chair before the Astartes warrior. Warrior gave her a brief sideways look. Be that as it may, Remembrancer, friends do us little good if we die out here. But what a piece of a ghostly smile. Cinderman shared a worried glance with her. Doubt when they had overreached themselves, in trusting Euphrates could deliver them to safety out in the dark of space. The old man looked tiny and took his hand in hers. Through the view shield, Sadie could see a field of glittering lights, starships belonging to the 63rd Expedition, and every one of them hostile. As if to contradict her, Euphrates pointed upwards towards the belly of an ugly vessel they would pass beneath. They continued on the current course. The weak sun of Istvan glinted from its unpainted gunmetal hull. Head towards that one, commanded Euphrates. The Mercedes was surprised to see crew turn the controls without a word approach. Mercedes didn't know a great deal about spacecraft, but knew the cruiser would be bristling with turrets that would pick off the Thunderhawk as it shot past. Could maybe even deploy gliders. Why are we getting closer? She asked hurriedly. Really, we want to head away? Trust me, Scotty. This is the way it has to be. At least it will be quick, she thought as the vessel grew larger. It's Death Guard, said Crew. Mercedes bit her lip and glanced at Cinder. The old man looked calm and said, quite the adventure, eh? Mercedes smiled in spite of herself. What are we going to do, Tyrell? Asked Mercedes, tears springing from her eyes. What do we have left to us? This is still our fight, Rade turning. Sometimes that fight must be open warfare. Sometimes it must be fought with words and ideas. We all have our parts to play. Sadie let out a breath, unable and unwilling to believe that there were allies in front of them. We are not alone, smiled Euphrates. This fight, it feels a lot bigger than me. You were wrong. Each of us has as much right to have their say in the fate of the galaxy as the Master. Believing that is how we will defeat. Mercedes nodded and watched the cruiser above them drawing ever nearer. Its long, dark shape edged in starlight, its engine in clouds of flying gases. Thunderhawk gunship, identify yourself, said a rough, graven-laden voice crackling boxcaster. He truth depends. Nodded and said, "My name is Ikaton Cruz, formerly of the Sons of Horus." Formerly? Yes, formerly. Explain yourself. I am no longer part of the... Paused him. I can no longer be party to what the War Master... After a long pause. You're welcome on my ship. For you, Captain Garo of the... Part 3. Brothers. Chapter 14. Till it's over. Harmoisian betrayal. I lost count of the days, said Loken, crouching by one of the makeshift battlements that looked over the smoldering ruins of the... I don't think Esteban 3 has days and nights anymore, replied Sol Tarvitz. Loken looked into the steel-gray sky, a cloud kicked up by the catastrophic climate change forced on Esteban by the sudden extinction of almost all life on its surface. Thin drizzle of ash rained, the remains of the firestorm swept up by dry, dead winds a continent away. They're massing for another attack, said Tarvitz, indicating the tangle of twisted, ash-wreathed rubble that had once been a vast mass of tenement blocks to the east of the palace. Loken followed his gaze. He could just glimpse a flash of dirty white armor. World Eaters? Who else? I don't even know if Angra knows any other way to fight. Tarvitz shrugged. He probably does, he just likes his way better. Loken had first met on murder. Tarvitz and Loken had first met on murder, where the Sons of Horus had fought alongside the Emperor's children against hideous mega-arachnid aliens. Tarvitz had been a fine warrior, devoid of the grand standing of his legion that had so antagonized Torgadon. Loken barely remembered the journey back through Sirenhold, scrambling through shattered tombs and burning ruins. He remembered fighting through men he had once called brothers towards the great gates of Sirenhold. He had not stopped until his first proper sight of the Precinctor's palace and its magnificent rose granite petals. We'll hit within the hour, said Tarvitz. I'll move our men over to defense. Could be a feint, said Loken, vividly remembering the first days of the battle for the palace. Angron hits one side, Edel counterattacks. His first sight of Tarvitz's warriors in battle had resembled a great game with the Emperor's children, as pieces masterfully arranged in feints and countercharges. A lesser man than Sol Tarvitz would have allowed his force to be picked apart by them. But the captain of the Emperor's children had somehow managed to weather 3 days of non-stop attacks. We'll be ready for it, said Tarvitz, looking down into the depths of the palace. Loken and Tarvitz had climbed into the structure of a partially collapsed dome, one of the many sections of the Precinctor's palace that had been ruined during the firestorm and fighting. Sheared sections of granite petals formed the cover behind which Loken and Tarvitz were sheltering, while in the rubble-choked dome below, hundreds of survivors were manning the defenses. Luna wolves and Emperor's children manned the barricades of the priceless sculptures and other artworks that filled beneath the dome. Now these monumental sculptures of past rulers lay on their sides with the Astartes crouched behind them. "How much longer do you think we can hold?" asked Loken. "Stay until it's over," said Tarvitz. "You said so yourself. Every second we survive, the chance grows that the Emperor hears it and sends the other legion to bring Horus to justice." "Garo makes it," said Loken. "Could already be dead or lost in the warp." "Perhaps, but I have hope that Nathaniel made it out," said Tarvitz. "Our job is to just hold them off for as long as we can." "That's what worries me. This probably all started when Angron slipped his leash, but the War Master could have pulled his legions out and bombed this city into dust. He would have lost some of them, but even so, this planet should have been dead a long time ago." Tarvitz smiled. 4 Primarchs, Garviel. That's your answer. 4 warriors not given to backing down. Who would be the first to leave? Angron, Mortarion. If Eidolon's leading the Emperor's children, he's got a lot to prove alongside the other Primarch. I have never known Horus to show weakness, not when its brother Primarchs might see it. "No," agreed Loken. "The War Master does not back down from a battle once he's convinced." "They'll have to kill us all," said Tarvitz. "Yes, they will," said Loken grimly. The Vox beads in both their helmets chimed, and Torgadon's voice sounded. "Garvey, Saul," said Torgadon. "I got world reports that the world leaders amassing. We can hear them chanting, so they'll be coming soon. I've reinforced the eastern barricade, but we need every man down here. I'll pull my men back from the gallery dome," Vox Tarvitz. "I'll send Garviel to join." "Where are you going?" asked Loken. "I'm going to make sure west and north are still covered and get some guns on the chapel too," said Tarvitz, pointing through the ruins of the dome to the organic shape of the Warsinger's chapel and palace complex. The survivors had instinctively left the chapel, and a few of them had even seen inside it. Its very walls were redolent of the corruption that had consumed the soul of the Coral City. "I'll take the chapel and Lucius can take the ground level," continued Tarvitz, turning back to Loken. I swear that sometimes I think Lucius is actually enjoying this." "A little too much if you ask me," replied Loken. "You need to keep an eye on him." A familiar dull explosion sounded, and a tower of rubble and smoke burst from the Coral City's cityscape to the palace. "Amazing," said Tarvitz, "that there ain't Death Guard left alive over there." "Death Guard are tough to kill," replied Loken, heading for the makeshift ladder that led down to the remains of the gallery dome. Despite his words, he knew that it really was amazing. Mortarion never went to do things with finesse. It simply landed one of his largest fleet's orbital landers on the edge of the western trenches, saturated the defenses with turret fire while its Death Guard deployed. That had been the last that anyone heard of the Death Guard in the Coral City. Though from the haphazardly aimed artillery shells that landed daily in the traders' camps, it was clear that some loyal Death Guard still resisted Mortarion's efforts to exterminate them. "I only hope we live as long," said Tarvitz. "We're running low on supplies and ammunition. Soon we'll start running low on Astartes." "As long as one is alive, Captain, we'll fight," promised Loken. "Horus picked some unfortunate enemies, and we'll make him regret ever taking us on." "Then we'll speak again after Angron's been sent scurrying," said Tarvitz. "Until then." Loken dropped down into the dome, leaving Tarvitz alone for a moment to look across the blasted city. How long had it been since he was surrounded by anything other than the nightmarish place of the Coral City? Nightmarish place the Coral City had become. 2 months. 3. Ashen skies and smoldering surrounded the palace for as far as the eye could see in all directions. The city resembling some kind of hell the Estevanians themselves might have once believed in. Tarvitz shook his head, thought from his mind. There are no hells, no gods, no eternal rewards or punishment, he told himself. Lucius could hear the killing. He could read the sound of it as though it were written down before him like sheet music. You know the difference between the war cries of the World Eaters and those of a son of Horus, and the variance between the tonal quality of a volley of bolt or fire launched to support an attack or to defend an obstacle. The chapel Saul had tasked him with defending was a strange place to be, the site of the Great Crusade's last stand. Not so long ago it had been the nerve center of an enemy regime. But now its makeshift defenses were the only thing holding off the far superior traitor forces. Sounds like a nasty one, said Brother Solithan of Squad Nasike, hunched down by the sill of the chapel window. They might break through. Our friend Loken can handle them, sneered Lucius. Angron wants to get some more kills. That's all he wants. Listen, can you hear that? Solithan cocked his head as he listened. Stardae's hearing, like most of their senses, was finely honed. But Solithan didn't seem to recognize Lucius's point. Hear what, Captain? Chain axes, but they're not cutting into keramite or other chain blades. They're cutting into stone and steel. World Eaters can't get the grips with the Sons of Horus over there, so they're trying to hack through the barricades. Solithan nodded and said, Captain Tarvitz knows what he's doing. World Eaters only know one way to fight. We can use that to our advantage. Lucius frowned at Solithan's praise of Tarvitz, aggrieved that his own contributions to the defenses appeared to have been overlooked. Hadn't he killed Vardis Prawl? Hadn't he managed to get his men to safety when the virus bombs and firestormers hit? He turned his bitter expression away and stared through the chapel window across the plaza, still stained dark with charred ruins. Amazingly, the chapel window was still intact, although its panes had been distorted by the heat of the firestorm, bulging and discolored with vein-like streaks that reminded Lucius of an enormous insectoid eye. The chapel itself was more bizarre inside than out. Constructed from curved blocks of green stone and looming biological shapes that looked as though clouds of noxious-looking fumes had suddenly petrified as it billowed upward. The altar was a great spreading membrane, paler purple stone, like a complex internal organ opened up and pinned for study against the far wall. World Eaters aren't the ones you should be worried about, brother, continued Lucius idly. It's us. Us, Captain? The Emperor's children, said Lucius. You know how our Legion fights. They're the dangerous ones out there. Most of the surviving Loyalist Emperor's children were holding the chapel. Tarvitz had taken a force to cover the nearest gate, but several squads were arrayed among the odd organ-like protrusions of the floor below. Squad Nasike had only 4 members left, including Lucius himself. They headed the assault element of the survivors' force along with squads Quedmondil and Rathoran. Tarvitz had deployed Sergeant Catheron to the chapel with his support squad as well, the majority of the Emperor's children remaining heavy weapons. Stardays from the tactical squads were at the chapel windows or in cover further inside. The rest of Lucius's stationed in cover outside the chapel among the barricades of fallen stone slabs they had set up in the early days of the siege. 2,000 Space Marines, enough for an entire battle zone of the Great Crusade, were defending a single approach to the palace with Singer's Chapel, linchpin of their line. Movement caught Lucius's eye as he peered through a window into the blackened building across from there. a glimpse of gold. He smiled, knowing full well how the Emperor's fought. Contact, he announced to the rest of his. Third block west, second floor. On it, replied Sergeant Carathon. No nonsense weapon officer who traded war is a mathematical problem to be solved with angles and weight of fire. Lucius heard the squads moving on the roof, training weapons on the area he had indicated. West front, make ready, ordered Lucius. Several of the tactical squads hurried into firing positions along Lucius's side of the chapel. The tension was vicious. Lucius felt a surge of a static sensation crawling along his veins as he heard the song of death building in his blood. A raw toe-to-toe conflict meant opportunity to exercise perfection and more, but to make it truly memorable, it needed these moments of feverish anticipation when the full weight of potential death and glory surged around his body. Got them, called Cathron from the chapel roof. Emperor's children, major force over several floors, armor 2. Land raiders and predators, las cannon to the fore, heavy bolters, cover the open ground, mid-range and overlap. Eidolon, said Lucius. Lucius could see them. Hundreds of Astartes in purple and gold of the Legion he idolized, gathering in the dead eyes of ruined structures. They'll get the support into position first, said Lucius. Then they'll use the land raiders to bring the troops in. Mid to close range, infantry will move in. Hold your fire until then. Cracks rumbled as the land raiders, resplendent with gilded eagle wings and frescoes of war on their armor-plated sides, ground through the shattered ruins of the Coral City. Each was full of Emperor's children, the galaxy's elite, primed by Eidolon and Fulgrim to treat the men they had once called brothers as foes, worthy only of extermination. To Eidolon, the survivors of the first wave were ignorant and mindless, deserving only death, but they had reckoned without Lucius. He licked his lips at the thought of once again facing the warriors of his legion. Warriors worthy of the name. Enemies he would respect. Or earn the respect of. Lucius could practically see the enemy squads deploying with such rapid confidence they looked more like players in a complex parade ground than soldiers at war. He could taste the moment the battle would really be. He wanted it right there and then. But he also knew how much more delicious the taste of battle was when the timing was perfect. Windows shattered as fire from tanks ripped through the chapel, kicking up shards of marble and glass. Hold! Ordered Lucius. Despite everything, his Astartes were still Emperor's children, and they would not break ranks like undisciplined world eaters. He risked a glance through the splintered glass to see the land raiders churning up the marble of the plaza. Predator tanks followed them, acting like mobile gun platforms that blew great shuddering chunks from the chapel's battlements. Las cannon fire streaked back and forth, Cathra's men attempting to cripple the advancing vehicles, and the land raiders, sponson mounted weapons trying to pick off the Astartes on the roof. A Predator tank slew to a halt as its track was blown off, and another vehicle burst into a multicolored flame. Purple armored bodies tumbled past the window. Corpses served as an appetizer to the great feast of death. Lucius toward feeling build inside him until he felt he could no longer contain it. The familiar hum of his sword's energy field became a part of the rhythm. He felt himself slipping into the stance, the weaving stream of savagery he had perfected over centuries of killing. How many men were in the assault? Certainly a large chunk of Eidolon's command. Lucius had fewer men, but this battle was about winning glory and spectacle. A tank round shot through the window and burst against the ceiling, showering them in fragments and smoke. Lucius saw streaks of bolter fire from the palace entrance. Jarvis was drawing Eidolon in, and Eidolon had no choice but to dance to his tune. He heard the musical clang and saw the assault ramps of the land raiders slam open, and Lucius glimpsed close-packed armored bodies within. "Go!" he yelled. The jump packs of the assault units opened up behind him. catapulting the warriors into the battle. Lucius followed in their wake, vaulting through the chapel window. Squad Nasake came after him, and the rest of the warriors followed in. Battle. The dance of war. Lucius knew that against an enemy like Eidolon, there would be no time for anything but the most intense applications of his martial perfection. His consciousness shifted, and everything was snapped into a wondrous focus. Every color becoming bright and dazzling, every sound blaring discordant along his. The duelist dance took him into the enemy battle, into the enemy as battle erupted, in all its perfectly marshaled chaos around him. Heavy gunfire streaked down from the roof, and the land raiders twisted on their tracks to bring guns to bear on the chapel. The Space Marines outside the chapel charged at the same instant, and Eidolon's force was attacked from two sides. Lucius ducked blades and bolts, his charge lashing like serpents. Eidolon's force, Squad Mondale battled ferociously with the enemy, warriors emerging from the first land raider. He danced past them, savage joy kicking in his heart as he under the spray of bolts of fire to come up and stab his blade in the abdomen. Sergeant. Death was an end itself, expressing Lucius's superiority through the lives he took. But he had a higher purpose. He knew what he had to do. His strangely distorted senses sought out the glint of gold or the flutter of a banner, anything that indicated the presence of one of Fulgrim's chosen. I gotta go, still no Wi-Fi, and I need to go sleep. Have a good night, sweet dreams, Jess. Thanks for coming in. Then he saw it, armor trimmed in black instead of gold. A helmet worked into a stern, grimacing skull. Chaplain Carmosian. The black-armored warrior stood proud, top hatch of a land raider, directing the battle with sharp chops of his winged-edged Croesus. Lucius grinned manically, setting off through the battle to face Chor, slay him in a fight worthy of epics. Carmosian, he yelled, his voice sounding like the most vibrant music imaginable. Keeper of the will, I am Lucius, once your brother, now your nemesis. Carmosian turned his skull helmet towards Lucius and said, I know who you are. Chaplain clambered from the hatch and stood on the top of the land raider, daring Lucius to approach him. Carmosian was a battlefield leader, and to fulfill that role he needed the respect of the Legion, respect that could only be earned fighting from the front. He would be a worthy foe, but that wasn't why Lucius had sought him out. Lucius leapt onto the land raider's tracks, mounting and charged up its glacis until he was face to face with Carmosian. Bolter fire flew in all directions, but it was irrelevant. This was the only battle in Lucius's mind. We taught you too much pride, said Carmosian, bringing his lethal Croesus around a strike designed to crush Lucius' chest. He brought his blade up to deflect the Croesus. The dance entered a new and urgent phase. Carmosian was good, one of the Legion's best. Lucius had spent many years for a fight such as. The chaplain's Croesus was too heavy to block full on, so the swordsman let it slide from his blade as Carmosian swung at him time and again, frustrating him into putting more strength into his blows. A little longer, a few more moments, and Lucius would have loved the way Carmosian hated him, feeling it as something bright and refreshing. Lucius could read the pattern of attacks and laughed as he saw their clumsy intent written over every blow. Carmosian wanted to kill Lucius with one almighty strike, but his Croesus rose too far, held too long inert as the chaplain gathered his strength. Lucius lunged, his sword sweeping out in a high cut that slashed through the chaplain's upraised arms. Croesus tumbled to the ground, and Carmosian roared in pain as his arms from the elbows down fell with it. The battle raged around the scene. Just let the noise and spectacle of it fill his overstimulated senses. battle was around him. His victory was all that mattered. "You know who I am," said Lucius. "Your last thought is of defeat." Charmosian tried to speak, but before his words were out, Lucius spun his sword in a wide arc. Charmosian's head was sliced neatly. Shoulder. Crimson sprayed across the gold of the Land Raiders' hull. Lucius caught the head as it spun through the air and held it high so the whole battlefield could see it. Around him, thousands of Emperor children fought to the death as Eidolon's force hit from two sides reeled against the palace defenses and fell back. Tarvitz led the counter-strike and Eidolon's attack was melting away. He laughed as he saw Eidolon's command, a Land Raider festooned with victory banners, rise up over a knot of rubble as it retreated, fighting. Loyalists had won the battle, but Lucius found that he didn't care. He had won his own battle, pulling Charmosian's head from the skull-faced helmet and throwing it aside. He knew he had what he needed, as long as death kept playing. The Warsinger's chapel was quiet. Hundreds of new bodies lay around it, purple and gold armor scorched and split, runnels of blood gathering between the stained marble tiles. In some places, they lay alongside the blackened armor of the World Eaters who had died in the initial assault on the... The palace entrance was heavily barricaded. In the closest dome of the palace, the few apothecaries in the Loyalist force were patching up. Tarvitz saw Lucius clean, alternate, wiping the blade, its tip to carve new scars on his ball-faced helmet sat beside him. "Is that really necessary?" asked Tarvitz. Lucius looked up and said, "I want to remember killing Charmosian." Tarvitz knew he should discipline the reprimand him for practices that might be considered barbaric and tribal. But here, in this betrayal of death, such concern seemed ridiculously petty. He squatted on the ground next to Lucius, his limbs aching and his armor scarred and dented from the latest battle at the entrance of the palace. "Fair enough," jerking his thumb in the direction of... "I saw you kill the fine strike." "Fine," said Lucius. "It was better than... It was an art. You were never much for finesse, so I'm not surprised you didn't appreciate it." Lucius smiled as Tarvitz saw a very real flash of it across the street. A glimpse of hurt pride that he did not like the look. "Any more movement?" he asked. Subject. "No. Eidolon won't come back before he's Keep watching, Tarvitz. Eidolon could catch us unawares while... He won't breach us. Not while I'm here. He doesn't have to." Stood the reality of it. Every time he attacks, we... If he strikes fast and pulls out, we'll be whittled down until we can't hold everywhere. The ambush from the temple cost him more than he'd like, but he still took it down. "We saw him off, though," said Lucy. "Yes," Tarvitz. "It was a close run thing. I'll send a squad to help keep watch." "You don't trust me to keep watch now, is that it?" Tarvitz was surprised in the venom in Lucius's voice and said, "No, that's not it at all. All I want is to make sure that you have enough warriors here to fend off another attack. Anyway, I need to attend the western defenses." "Yes, off you go. Lead the big fight, you're the hero," snapped Lucius. "We will win this," said Tarvitz, placing a hand on the... "Yes," said Lucius. "We will, one way or another." Lucius watched Tarvitz go, feeling his anger at assumption of command. Lucius had been the one embarked for promotion and greatness, not Tarvitz. How could his own glorious accomplishments have been overshadowed by the plodding leadership of Saul Tarvitz? All the glories that he had earned in the crucible of combat were forgotten, and he felt his bitterness rise up in a choking wave in his gullet. He had felt a moment's guilt as he formed his plan, but remembering Tarvitz's patronizing condescension, he felt that guilt vanish like snow in the sunshine. The temple was quiet. Lucius checked to make sure that he was moving to sit on one of the outcroppings of the gray stone, lifting Hermosi. He peered into the bloodstained helmet. He saw a glint of silver, reached in and pulled out the small metallic scrap that was Charmosian's helmet communicator. Once again, he checked to see that he was on. His frustrations. Charmosian is dead. There's a brief crackle of static in that. Yes. He smiled as he recognized Edelon, one of the senior officers of the Emperor's. Charmosian had been in direct contact with Edelon, and as the still been open when the chaplain had died. Commander, said Lucius, it's full. Good to hear your voice. I have no listening on Lucius. You must know we will kill you all eventually. Indeed you will. Take a very long time. A great many Emperor's children will die before the palace falls. Sons of Horus and the World Eaters. Terra knows how many Mortarian's Death Guards have died already in the trenches. You will suffer for this, Edelon. War Master's whole force will suffer. By the time the other legions get here, he may have lost too many on Istamon 3 to win through. Keep telling yourself that, Luke. It makes it easy. No, Commander, he said. You misunderstand me. I'm saying I wish to make a deal with you. A deal? Asked Edelon. What kind of deal? Lucius's scars tightened as he spoke. I will give you Tarvitz and the Sinter Palace. Chapter 15. Shortage of wonders, friends, perfect fail. We're going to take a little break here. That way I can take my dog out, stretch my legs, things like that. All of you guys hanging out. I know you don't have to be doing it, but we will be right back. Alright, we are back. We are back. Wrong one. There we go. Alright, we're on the right scene now. Alright, we're on chapter 15. No shortage of wonders. Old friends. Perfect failure. Stratagem. Only illuminate. Gathered like supplicants around the war throne, and a handful of torches that burned low with a fragrant aroma of sandal. Back wall of the stratagem, lighting of a mist of on three, fully fashioned spirit's bridge. The War Master sat alone. None dared disturb his bitter reveries as he sat brooding on the conflict raging below. It should have been a massacre had turned into a war he could ill afford the time to wage. Despite his brave words to his five-marked brothers, the battle on Istvan III worried him. Not for fear that any of his warriors would, but for the fact that they were engaged at all. The virus bombing should have killed every one of those he believed would not support him in his campaign to topple the Emperor from the golden throne of Terra. Instead, the first cracks had appeared in what should have been a faultless plan. All targets of the Emperor's taken a warning to the surface, and the Einstein. He remembered Malgahurst had come to tell him of the debacle with the Remembrancers, feared that the War Master's wrath would prove his undoing. Malgahurst limped towards the throne with his hooded head cast down. "What is it, Malgahurst?" Horus demanded. "They are gone," said Malgahurst. "Cinderman, Oleton, and Keeler." "What do you mean?" "They are not amongst the dead in the audience chamber," explained Malgahurst. "I checked every corpse myself." "Say they are gone?" asked the War Master at last. "That implies you know where they have gone. Is this the case?" "I believe so, my lord," nodded Malgahurst. "It appears they boarded a Thunderhawk and flew." "They stole a Thunderhawk?" "We're going to have to review our security procedures regarding these craft. First Saul Tarvitz, and now these Remembrancers. It seems anyone can steal our ships with impunity." "They did not steal it on their own," explained Malgahurst. "They had help." "Help? From whom?" "I believe it was Ikaton Cruz. There was a struggle and Maggard was killed." "Ikaton Cruz?" laughed Horus mirthlessly. We have seen no shortage of wonders. Perhaps this is the greatest of them all, the half-herd growing a conscience." "I have failed in this, War Master." "It's not a question of failure, Malgahurst. Stakes like these should never occur. More and more of my efforts are distracted from this battle. Tell me, where is the Einstein now?" "It attempted to break through our blockade to reach a system jump point." "You say attempted," noted Horus. "It did not succeed?" Malgahurst paused before answering. "Several of our ships intercepted the Einstein and heavily damaged it. But they did not destroy it?" "No, my lord. Before they could do so, the Einstein's commander made an emergency jump into the warp. But with the ship so badly damaged, we do not believe it could survive such a translation. If it does, the whole timetable of my designs will be disrupted." The warp is dark, War Master. It is unlikely that... Do not be so sure of yourself, Malgahurst. Chris. The Istvan V phase is critical to our success, and if the Einstein carries word of our plans to Terra, then all may be lost. Perhaps, War Master, if we were to withdraw from the Coral City and blockade the planet, we could ensure that the Istvan V phase proceeds as planned. "I am the War Master and I do not back down from a battle," said Horus. "There are goals to be won in the Coral City that you cannot comprehend." Horus was shaken from his memories by the chiming of the communications array fitted into the arm of his throne. "This is the War Master." A hollow mat instilled beneath the floor projected a large square plane on which swirled an image high above the War Master's temple. The image resolved into the face of Lord Commander Eidolon, evidently inside his command land raider. The sound of distant explosions washed through the static. "War Master," said Eidolon, "I bring news that I feel you should hear." "Tell me," said Horus, "and it better be good news." "Oh, it is, my lord," said Eidolon. "Don't drag this out. Tell me." "We have an ally inside the palace." "An ally? Who?" "Lucius." The aftermath of the battle was the worst part. Astartes warrior was used to the tension of waiting for an attack to come, even the din and pain of battle itself. Loken never wished for a time without war more than when he saw what was left of the battle had finished. He didn't experience fear or despair in the manner of a mortal man, but he felt sorrow and guilt as they did. Angron's latest attack had been one of the fiercest yet, the Primarch leading it, charging through the ruins of the palace dome towards Loken's defenses. Thousands of blood-covered world leaders had followed him, and many of those warriors still lay where they had fallen. Once this place had been a part of a palace, a handsome garden with summer home, ornamental lakes, and a roof that opened up to the sun. Now it was rubble-strewn ruins. Its roof collapsed, and only incongruous decorated posts or splintered remains of an ornamental bridge remained to its finery. The bodies of the world eaters were concentrated on the forward barricade, a line heaped rubble of metal spikes constructed by the loon. Angron had attacked it in force, and Torgadon had relinquished it, letting the world eaters die for it before his Astartes fell back to the defenses at the end of the palace's central dome. The ruse had worked, and the world eaters had been strung out as they charged at Loken's position. Many had died to guns Tarvit stationed above the barricades, and by the time Loken's sword had left its sheath, only momentum that kept the world eaters fighting. Victory was beyond them. Luna wolves were mixed in with the world eaters dead, warriors Loken had known for years. Although the sounds of battle had faded, Loken fancied he could still hear the echoes of fighting. Cane blades ripping through armor, volleys of bolter rounds splitting the air. "It was a close-run thing, Garviel," said a voice from behind Loken, "but we did it." Loken glanced around to see Saul Tarvitz emerging from the central dome. Loken smiled as he saw his friend and battle brother, a man who had come a long way from a line officer he had been back on murder to command the survivor of Horus's treachery. "Angron will be back," said Loken. "Their ruse failed, though." "They don't need to break in, Saul. Horus will whittle us down until on and Angron can, not forgetting the Loken. There's no need for them to get involved yet. Eidolon wants the glory, and the world eaters are hungry for blood. War Master will happily let the other lead bear us down before they strike. That's changed." "What do you mean?" "We just had word from Luke. He tells me that his communications specialists have broken the Sons of Horus days. Some old friends of yours coming down from the Vengeful Spirit to lead." Loken turned from the battlefield suddenly and arrested. Ezekiel Abaddon and Horus Axamon. Apparently they are to bring the War Master's own wrath down upon them. The Sons of Horus will be playing their hands soon enough, I think. Abaddon and Axamon, the arch traitors, men Loken had admired for so long at the part of the Mournbowl. Both brothers stood at Horus's right hand. Possibilities flashed through Loken's mind. Deprived of the last of its Mournbowl, a crucial part of the League would die, and it would start unraveling without such inspirational figureheads. "Saul, are you certain?" asked Loken urgently. "As sure as I can be." Lucius seemed pretty excited by the news. "This intercept say where they would be landing?" demanded Loken. "It did," smiled Lucius. "Macaran Basilica, just beyond the palace. It's a big temple with a spire in the shape of a trident. I have to find Tarek. He's with Vipis helping Vadon with the wounded. Thank you for bringing me this news, Saul," Loken with a smile. "Changes everything." Lucius peered past the bullet-riddled pillar, scanning through the darkness of one of the many battlefields scattered throughout the roof of the palace. Bodies, bolters, and chain axes lay on the shattered tiles where they had been dropped, and many of the bodies were still locked in their last fatal combat. It had not been difficult for Lucius to slip out of the palace. The biggest danger had been the snipers of the recon squads the War Masters had deployed among the ruins. Lucius had spied movement in the ruined building several times and had taken cover in shell craters behind heaps of corpses, squirming through the filth and darkness like an animal. It had been humiliating though the sights, sounds, and smells of these battlefields still filled his senses in an arousing way. He stepped warily into the courtyard. Bodies lay everywhere, had been hacked apart with chain blades or battered to death with fists. It was an ugly spectacle, yet he relished the deaths must. No artistry, he said to him. Old and purple armored figure detached from the shadows. A score of warriors followed him, smiled as he recognized Lord Commander Eidolon. Lord Commander, said Lucius, it's a pleasure to stand before you once more. Damn your blandishments, spat Eidolon. You're a traitor twice over. That as it may be, said Lucius, slouching on a fallen pillar of black marble, but I'm here to give you what you want. Ha! Scoffed Eidolon. What can you give us? Victory, said Lucius. Victory, laughed Eidolon. You think we need your help to give us that? We have you in a vice. One by one, death by death, victory will be ours. And how many warriors will you achieve it? Retorted Lucius. How many of Fulgrim's chosen willing to throw into the battle that should have never been fought at all? You can end this right now, right here. All your Astartes alive for the real battle. The Emperor sends his reply to Horus's treachery. You will need every single one of your battle brothers, and you know it. And what would be your price for this invaluable help? Asked Eidolon. Simple. I want to rejoin the Legion. Eidolon laughed in its face, and Lucius felt the song of death surge painfully through his body, but he forced its killing music back down inside him. Are you serious, Lucius? Demanded Eidolon. What makes you think we want you back? You need someone like me. I want to be part of a legion that respects my skills and ambition. I am not content to stay a captain for the rest of my life like that wretch Tarvid. I will be at Fulgrim's side where I belong. Tarvid, at Eidolon. Does he still live? He lives, nodded Lucius, although I will gladly kill him for it. The glory of this battle should be mine, yet he lords over us all as if he were the chosen. Lucius felt his bitterness rise and fought to maintain his composure. He was once happy to trudge alongside his warriors and lead better men to the glory, but he's chosen this battle to discover his ambition. It's thanks to him that I'm down here at all. You ask for a great deal of trust, Lucius, said Eidolon. I do. But think what I can give you, the palace, Tarvitz. We'll have those things anyway. We are a proud legion, Lord Commander, but we never send our brothers to their deaths to follow the orders of the War Master in all things, replied Eidolon. Indeed. What if I said I can give you victory so sudden it will world eaters and sons of Horus will only flounder in your way? Lucius could see it got Eidolon. Pressed a smile. Now all he had to do was speak, and Eidolon. I'm coming with you, Gari, said Nero, walking in the dome of the palace not ruined by the sea. It had once been an auditorium, stage, seats, where the music of creation had once played. Now it was moldering. Loken rose from his battle medic, seeing Vipis standing, said, I knew you would wish to come. This is something Tarek and I have to do. Alone, said Vipis. This is madness. Ezekiel and Little Horus are the best soldiers we had. Can't go up against them. Loken placed his hand, said, Palace will fall soon enough, with or without Tarek and me. Old Tarvitz has done unimaginable things keeping us all alive as long as he has, but ultimately the palace will fall. What's the point of throwing your life away, hunting down Ezekiel and little Horus? You only have one goal on Istvan 3. That's to hurt the War Master. If we can kill the last of the Warnval, then the War Master's plans suffer. Nothing else matters. You said we were supposed to be holding the traitors here until the Emperor sent the other legions to save us. Is that not true anymore? Are we on our own? Loken shook his head and retrieved his sword from where he had propped it against the wall. I don't know, Nero. Maybe the Emperor has sent the legions to rescue us. Maybe he hasn't. But we have to assume that I'm not going to fight with nothing but blind hope to keep me going. I'm going to make a stand. And that's what I want to do, said Vippus, at my friend's side. No, you need to stay here, said Loken. Your stand must be made here. Every minute you keep the traitors here is another minute for the Emperor to bring the War Master to justice. This killing is Mournball business, Nero. Do you understand? Frankly, no, said Nero. But I will do as you ask and stay here. Loken smiled. Don't mourn me yet, Nero. Arik and I may prevail. You better, said Una Wolf. Loken felt humbled by Nero's words and embraced his oldest friend. He dearly wished he could tell him that there was yet hope, and he expected to return alive from this. Garviel, said a familiar. Loken and least brotherly embrace and saw Saul Tarvitz framed in the wan light of the auditorium. Saul, it's time. Ready to create the diversion you requested. Loken nodded and smiled. The two brave warriors, many had fought through hell for and would do so 100 times more. The honor they did him, just by being his friends, made his chest swell with pride. Captain Loken, said Tarvitz formally. It may be that this is the last time we will meet. I don't think, replied Loken, there is any maybe about it. And I wish you all speed, Garviel. All speed, Saul, Loken, offering his hand to Tarvitz. For the Emperor. For the Emperor, echoed Tarvitz. His farewell said, Loken made his way from the auditorium, leaving Tarvitz and Vippus to organize the defenses for the next attack. Reviving tactical maps indicated that the Macaron Basilica lay to the north position. As he made his way towards the point, he had selected the best place to leave the palace. Found Torgadon waiting. Saw Vippus? Torgadon. I did. He wanted to come with us. Torgadon shook his head. This is Mournball business. That's what I told him. Both warriors took deep breaths as the enormity of what they were about to attempt swept over them once more. Ready? Asked Loken. No, said Torgadon. You? No. Torgadon chuckled as he turned to the tunnel that led from the palace. Aren't we a pair, he said. Loken followed him into the darkness. For good or ill, the final battle of Istvan 3 was upon them. You dare return to me in failure? Bellowed Horus. The bridge of the vengeful spirit shook with the fury of his face twisted in anger at the wondrous figure before him, struggling to comprehend the scale of this. Do you even understand what I'm trying to do? What I have started at Istvan will consume the whole galaxy, and if it is flawed from the onset, the Emperor will break us. Fulgrim appeared uncowed by his anger, brother's features betraying the consequence, quiet, out of a character for a Primarch. We had recently arrived on his flagship, Pride of the Emperor. Fulgrim looked exquisite work, art, and purpose, bearing any new embellishment, finery, with flowing fur-lined clothing his body. More than ever, Horus thought Fulgrim less like a rake and libertine, His brother's his brother's long white mane pulled back in an elaborate pattern of pale cheeks were lightly marked with what appeared of tattoo. Ferrus Manus is a dull fool, but not listen. Even the mention of the Mechanicum's pledge did not. You swore to me that you could sway him. The Iron Hands are essential to me. I planned Isstvan III with your assurance that Ferrus Manus would. Now I have yet another enemy to contend. A great many of our Astartes will die because of it. What would you have me do? And Horus wondered where this new sly mocking will was stronger than I. Or you simply had an inflated opinion of your own abilities. You have me kill our brother, War Master? Asked Fulgrim. Perhaps I will, replied Horus. It would be better than leaving him to roam free by our plan. As it is, he could reach the Emperor or one of the other Primarchs and bring them all down on our heads before we are ready. And if you are quite finished with it, turn to my... Horus felt all a rise of... Not. I have another task for you. Sending you to Isstvan V. With all that has happened, the Emperor's response is likely to arrive more quickly than anticipated. Must prepare for it. Take a detail of the Emperor's children to the alien fortress there and prepare for the final phase of our Isstvan operation. Fulgrim. You would consign me to a role little better than Castellan, as some prosaic housekeeper, making ready for your grand entrance. Why not send Perturabo? This kind of thing is more to his liking. Perturabo has his own role to play, said Horus. Even now he prepares to lay waste to his homeworld by name. We shall be hearing more of our bitter brother very soon. Have no fear in that. Okay, Sylph, I'm reading stuff. How you doing, buddy? Welcome in. Welcome in. We are almost done with this book. And then I got push-ups to do for Nico. I'm probably going to refund his points for him so we can do it another time. Then give this task to Mortarion. His grimy foot sluggers will relish such an opportunity to muddy their hands for you, Spatful. My legion was chosen of the Emperor in the years when he still deserved our service. I am the most glorious of his heroes and the right hand of this new crusade. This is a betrayal of the very principles for which I chose to join. Betrayal, said Horus, his voice low and dangerous, a strong word, Fulgrim. Betrayal is what the Emperor forced upon me, abandoned the galaxy to quest for godhood, gave over the conquest of our crusade to skinevers and bureaucrats. That the charge you would level at me now to my face here on the bridge of my own ship? Fulgrim took a step back, his anger fading, his eyes alight with the excitement of confrontation. Perhaps I do. Perhaps someone needs to tell you home truths now that your precious Mournbolt. That sword. Venom weapon that hung it. I gave you that blade as I trusted you. We alone know the power that lies within. That weapon almost killed me, but I gave it away. You think I would give such a weapon to one I do not trust? No, Orb. Exactly. Isstvan V phase of my plan is the most critical. The dangerous embers of even more so than what's happening. I can entrust it to you, Mother. Must go to Isstvan V, my brother. All depends on its success. For a long, frightening, violent potential crackled the Primarch of the Empire. Fulgrim laughed and said, now you flatter me, hoping my eagle will force me into obeying your orders. Is it working? Asked Horus as the way. Yes, admitted. Very well, the War Masters will be done. I will go to Isstvan V. Eidolon will stay in command of the Empire. 5. Fulgrim nodded. You will relish the chance to go further, said. Now leave me, Fulgrim, said Horus. Chapter 6. The enemy with the eightfold path. Honor must be satisfied. Apothecary Vadon fought to save Casto's life. The upper half of the warrior's armor had bare torso was disfigured by a great wound. Collapsed the skin and also blown aside like the petals of a bloody flower by an exploding bullet. Pressure, said Vadon, as he flicked over the settings on an Apothecarium gauntlet. Scalpels and syringes cycled his brother Mathuridon, an Emperor's children Astartes who had lost his hand in fighting. Served as Vadon's assist at pressure on Casto bucked underneath, gritted against the pain that Vadon selected a syringe and twisted it in Casto's neck. The vial mounted in the gauntlet emptied, pumping Casto's system with stimulants to keep his heart forcing blood along the ruptured organs. Casto shook, nearly snapping the knee. Hold them still, snapped Vadon. Yes, said a voice. Hold them still, it will make it me ill. Vadon's head snapped up as he saw a warrior clad in the armor of the Emperor's children, Lord Command. Carried an enormous hammer, purple arcs of energy playing around its massive head. Behind the warrior, Vadon could see a score of children in gold finery, her armor sheened with flapping powder. And instantly he the hand clutched at his chest as he saw that they. Who are you? Demanded, but I am your death, traitor, said Edelon, swinging his hammer, crushing Vadon's skull with one. Hundreds of Emperor's children streamed from the palace from the east side, a tide of fire and blood. They fell upon the wounded first, Edelon himself butchering those who were waiting for Vadon's ministration, taking particular relish in loyalist Emperor's children's warriors of the captors. The defenders discovering to their horror that their flank had somehow been turned, that more and more of the traitors would be in the palace. Within moments, the last battle began. The loyalists turned from their defenses and faced the Emperor. Assault Marine packs gunned them across the domes to crash into assault units. Heavy weapons, troopers, and snipers amongst the battlemen shot down into them, swapping tremendous volleys of fire across the shattered dome. It was a battle without lines or directions as the fighting spilled into the heart of the Precentor's palace. Each Astartes became an army of. All order broke down and every warrior fought alone against the enemies that surrounded him. Emperor's children jet bikes screamed insanely through the sinks of the palace, ripped crazed circuits around the dome, spraying fire into the Astartes battling below. Dreadnoughts tore up chunks of fallen masonry with their mighty fists and hurled them at the loyalists holding the barricade, against which so many of their foes had only died a short while before. Everything was swirling with madness, horror, and destruction. Edelon at the center of it, his hammer, killing all who came as he led his perfect. Luke Cedre, with his blonde hair and smirking grin, was completely out of place among the rusting fires of the. Beside him, Targos, captain of the 7th Company, far more darker skin and heavy fur cloak, more keeping with a murdered wolf. Cedre stood atop a rusting slab of fallen machine. Thousands of sons of Horus arrayed for war paint fresh on their breastplate. Banners dedicated to the warrior lodges flapped in the wind. Sons of Horus, bellowed Cedre, his voice brimming with confidence. For too long we have waited for our brother Legion to gate for us, so we can put the doubters and the feeble-minded to the sword. At last the hour has come. Lord Commander Edelon has broken the siege, and the time has come to show the legions how the sons of Horus fight. Warriors cheered and the lodge banners were raised high, displaying the facets of the belief underpinning the lodge philosophy. A brazen claw reached down from the sky to crush a wolf in its fist. Black star shone rays of death upon a horde of enemies. Great winged beasts with heads stood resplendent on the mountain of. images from beyond, conjured by the words of the Davenite priest, could look into. They displayed the Sons of Horus's powers, their war master. The enemy is in disarray, shouted Cedric. We will fall upon them and sweep them away. You know your duty, Sons of Horus. You all know that the paths you have followed have led you towards this day. For here we destroy the last vestige of the old crusade and march towards the future. Raised confident, infectious. They were ready. Argos stepped forward and raised his hand, bore the rank of lodge captain himself, privy to the secrets of the Davenite ways, and as much a holy man as a commander. He opened his mouth and unleashed a stream of brutal syllables, guttural, dark. The tongue of Davin wrought into a prayer of victory and blood. Sons of Horus answered the prayer, their voices raised in a relentless chant that echoed around the dead spires of the... When the prayers were done, the Sons of Horus marched to war. Fire stormed around Tar. Emperor's children, Terminators, raked the central dome with fire, and the sounds of hand combat came from the shattered gallery. Tarvitz ducked and ran as bolts of fire kicked up fragments around him, gliding into cover beside brother Solithan of Squad Nasike. Solithan and about 30 loyalists of the Emperor's children were pinned down behind a great fallen column. A few Luna wolves were among them. When the Emperor's name happened, shouted Tarvitz. How did they get in? I don't know, sir, replied Sol. Came from the east. Should have had some warning, said Tarvitz. That's Lucius's vector. Have you seen him at all? Lucius? Asked Solithan. No, he must have fallen. Tarvitz shook his head. Not likely. I have to find him. We can't hold out here, said Sol. We have to pull back and we won't be able to wait for you. Tarvitz nodded, but knew that he had to try and find Lucius, even if it was just to recover his body. He doubted Lucius could ever really die, but he knew that amid this carnage, anything was possible. Very well, said Tarvitz. Go. Fall back in good order to the inner domes in the temple. There are barricades. Go and don't wait. Put his head up, reached over the pillar, fired his bolter, taking a burst of shots towards all over the far side of the dome. More covering fire sprayed from his warriors' guns as the began falling back by squads. The dome between him and his goal was littered with bodies, some of them chewed into unrecognizable sprays of torn flesh. He waited until his warriors had put enough distance between them and the enemy and broke from cover. Bolter shots tore up the ground beside him, and he rolled into the cover of a fallen pillar, crawling as fast as he could to reach the passageway that led from the dome, curved around its column circumference towards the east wing of Cinctor's palace. Lucius was somewhere in the ruins, and Tarvitz had to find. Loken ducked and threw himself to the floor, skidding along the fire-blackened tiles of the plaza. The palace loomed above him, whirling as Loken spun on his back and fired up at the closest warrior. One shot caught the warrior in the leg, and he collapsed in a roaring heap. Torgadon leapt upon him, plunging his sword into the traitor's back. Loken climbed to his feet, where fire stuttered across the plaza. He tried to get a bearing on the dead and the jagged slabs of marble sticking up the edges of gel crate. But it was impossible. The plaza between the chaos of the palace and the dark mass of the city was infested with, charging forward to exploit the breach made by the Emperor's children. There's a whole squad out there, said Torgadon. We're right in the middle of it. And we keep going, said Loken. Back on his feet, loaded his bolter as they hurried through the wreckage. The carnal heap scanning the darkness. Wreckage and carnal heap scanning the darkness. Torgadon kept close behind him, sweeping his bolter between tiling or fallen masonry. Fire snapped around them, and the sounds of battle coming from the palace became ever more terrible. The war cries and explosions tearing the silent night. Down, yelled Torgadon. Sudden burst of plasma fire lanced from the darkness. Loken threw himself to the ground as the searing bolt flashed past him and bore a hole to a slab of fallen stone behind him. A dark shape came at him, and Loken saw the flash of a blade. Bringing his bolter up in an instinctive block, he felt the chain blade grinding against the metal of his gun as he kicked the attacker's groin. World Eater pivoted away from the blow easily, turning to smash Torgadon to the ground with the butt of his chain axe. Torgadon's attack gave Loken a chance to regain his feet inside the room. Torgadon wrestled with another World Eater on the ground, but his friend would have to fend for himself. Loken saw that his opponent was a captain, not just any captain, but one of the best world. Karn paused his attack, and for the briefest moment Loken saw the noble warrior he had spoken with. Museum of Conquest. Or something else swamped in again. Something twisted. Something that twisted face with hatred. That second was enough for Loken, allowing him to dodge back behind a fan of broken stone jutting from the edge of the crater. Bullets still carved through the air, and somewhere beyond his sight, Torgadon was fighting his own battle. But Loken could not worry about that now. "What happened, Karn?" cried Loken. "What did they turn you into?" Karn screamed in an incoherent bellow of rage and leapt against him with his axe held high. Loken braced his stance and brought his blade up to catch Karn's axe that slashed towards him. The warriors clashed in a desperate battle of strength. "Karn," said Loken through gritted teeth. Axe forced the chain axe whirling teeth in his face. "This is not the man I knew. What have you become?" As their eyes met, Loken saw Karn's soul in. He saw the warrior who had sworn oaths of brotherhood and pledged himself to the crusade as he himself had done. The warrior who had seen the terrors and tragedies of the crusade as well as its victory. He saw the dark madness that had swamped that bloodshed and yet to be acted. "I am the Eightfold Path," snapped Karn, every word punctuated by a froth of blood. "No," shouted Loken, pushing the way. "It doesn't have to be this way." "It does," said Karn. "There is no way off the path. We must always go further." Humanity drained from Karn's face, and Loken knew that only in death would this battle end. Loken backed away, fending off a fury of blows from Karn's axe until he was forced against a slab of rubble. His foe's axe buried itself into the stone beside him, and Loken slammed the pommel of his sword into Karn's head. Karn rode the blow and smashed his forehead into Loken's face, grabbing his sword arm and wrestling him to the ground. They struggled like animals. They struggled in the mud like animals. Karn trying to grind Loken's face into the shattered stone, and Loken trying to throw him off. Loken rolled onto his back as he heard the rumble of an engine like an earthquake, and the glare of floodlights stabbed out and threw Karn's outline into a silhouette. Knowing what was coming, Loken hammered his fist into Karn's face over and over again, pushing him upright with a hand clasped around his neck. The World Eater struggled in Loken's grip as the light grew stronger. The roaring of a land raider crested the ridge of the rubble behind them, like a monster rising. Loken felt the huge impact as the land raider's dozer blade slammed into Karn, sharpened prongs at its base punching the World Eater's chest. He released Karn's body and rolled to the edge of the crater, as the land raider rose up, carrying the struggling Karn with it. The mighty tank crashed back down, and Loken pressed his body into the mud as it ground over him, the roaring of its engine passing inches above him. Then it was over. The tank rumbled onwards, carrying the impaled World Eater before it like some gory trophy. Tanks roll around him, the eye of Horus glaring from their armored hulls, and Loken recognized the library they were painted in. Sons of Horus. For a moment, Loken stared at the force surging toward the palace. Gunfire flared as they drove toward the rise. A hand reached down and grabbed Loken, dragging him, battered and bloody, into the cover from the guns and tanks. He looked up and saw Torgadon similarly mauled by the encounter with Torgadon nodded in the direction of the Land Raider. With that, barn, nodded Loken. He's gone. Dead? Maybe, I don't know. Torgadon looked up at the Sons of Horus spear tip driving for the palace. I think even Tarvitz might have trouble holding the palace now. Then we'll have to hurry. Yes. Stay low and let's keep out of any more trouble, said Torgadon. Unless Abaddon and Little Horus aren't challenging enough on their own. That will make them pay for every piece of rubble they capture, said Loken, pulling himself painfully to his feet. Arn had hurt him, but not so much that he couldn't fight. For his sake, let's make that count for something. Two friends forged through the rubble once towards the Macaron Basilica, where one last chance lay for victory on Istvan III. Sounds of battle echoed from all around him, and Tarvitz hugged the shadows as he made his careful way through the ruins of the East Palace. Squads of the Emperor's children swarmed through the grounds, sweeping through the shattered domes and gunfire riddled. They plunged the knife of their attack into the heart of the defenses. Here and there he saw squad markings he recognized and had to fight the ingrained urge to call out to them. These warriors were the enemy. There would be no brotherly embrace or comradely welcome were they to discover him. The very obsessiveness of their attack was working in Tarvitz's favor, as these warriors possessed the same single-mindedness as Eidolon, fixated on the prize of the palace rather than proper battlefield awareness. For once, Eidolon's flaws were working in his favor, thought Tarvitz. He ghosted through the strobe-lit wasteland of the palace. You need to tighten up discipline, Eidolon whispered, or someone's going to make you pay. Eastern sectors he had assigned to Lucius and his men to watch over were bombed-out ruins. The frescoes burned from the walls by the firestorm, the mighty statue gardens pulverized by the constant shelling and battles that had raged furiously over the past month. To have held out this long was a miracle in itself. Tarvitz was not blind enough to try and fool himself into thinking that he could last much longer. Come on. He saw dozens of bodies, in fact, sign, fallen. Each body was a warrior who had followed him into battle at the palace, and trusted that he could. Each set of eyes accused their death, but he knew that the done. Further eastward, unless he encountered the invading Emperor. Their attack pushing into the center palace rather than spreading out to capture it in entirety. Trust Eidolon to go for glory rather than standard battlefield practice. Give me 100 space marines. Arrogance. Even as the thought occurred to him, a smile spread. He had 100. True, they were engaged in battle. If any force of warriors could disengage from battle in good, friendly force, desperate firefight, it was the. He crouched in the shadow of a fallen statue and soul within he had. Hear me? Static washed from the box, beat in his ear. He cursed at the idea of his plan being undone by patience. I hear you, Captain, but we're a little busy right now. Understood, said Tar. But I have new orders. Disengage from the fight and hand over to the Luna. Let them take the brunt of the fighting and gather as many warriors as you can rally to you, then converge on my position. Sir? Take the eastern passages, servant's wing. That should bring you to me without too much trouble. We have an opportunity to hurt these bastards, Solithan. So I need you to get here with all possible speed. Understood, sir, said signing off. Garvitz froze as he heard a voice say, "Won't do good any good, Saul. The Precinctor's palace is as good as lost." See that. He looked up and saw Lucius standing in the center of the dome in front of him, his shimmering sword in one hand, shard of broken glass in the other. He raised the glass to his face and sliced its razor edge along his, drawing a line of blood from his skin that dripped to the dome's. "Lucius," said Tarvitz, rising to his dome to meet the swordsman, "I thought you were dead." Bright starlight filled the dome. Tarvitz saw it was filled with the corpses of Emperor's children, not traitors but loyalists, and he could see that not one had fallen to a gunshot wound. They had been carved up by a powerful edge. These warriors had been cut apart. Horrible suspicion began. "Dead?" laughed Lucius. "Remember what Loken said to me when I humbled him in the practice cages?" Burying out Tarvitz. One out there who could guess for playing his sword. Not in this lifetime. "You have a good memory," said, popping a bloody shard of glass to the that laid a scar for. Lucius smiled. There was no for you, Saul. Come on, kid. The great forum of the Macaran Basilica was a desert of ashen. For as the virus bombs had dropped, thousands of audiences gathered there, hoped that their parliament house, one end of the forum, would. They had thronged the place and died there, their scorched remains resembling an ancient swamp from which rose the columns that bounded the sides. On the fourth was the parliament house itself, bowed by black tendrils of ash that moved up from the building had been the seat of the William Parliament, counterpart to the who had ruled the palace. The prominent citizens taking shelter inside had died as sure. Outside, Loken pushed the black bone, sword ready in his hand as he forged through the skull grinned up at him, its burned and empty eye sockets acute. Behind him, Torgid uncovered the form beyond them. "Wait," said Loken quietly. Torgid halted and "Is it them?" "I don't know," said Loken, looking up from the parliament. Beyond it, he could just see the lines, spacecraft and birds. And someone landed here, that's for sure. He continued onwards towards the edge of the parliament, climbing the smooth marble steps. Its great doors had been thick-studded oak. They had been eaten away by the virus and burned to ash by the firestorm. "Shall we?" asked Torgid. Loken nodded. They had not come here. A terrible feeling of doom settled on. He looked at Torgidon and had some fitting words to say to him before they took these last fateful steps. Torgidon seemed to understand. "Yes, I know. What choice do we have?" "None," said Loken, marching through the archway. The material of the building had been protected from the virus bombing. The firestorm blackened. Few tangled blackened corpses lying sprawled among dark wood panels furnishing. The walls of the circular building were adorned with faded frescoes of the magnificent past. telling the tales of its growth and conquests. Benches and voting tables of the Parliament were arranged, stage with a lectern. Stage in front of the lectern stood Ezekiel and Abaddon. Abaddon and Horus Maximum. You betrayed us, Tarvitz. The hurt and disappointment. Killed your own men and let Alice did. I did, said Lucius, swinging his sword in loops around his body as he loosened his preparation for the fight Tarvitz needs to come next. And I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Tarvitz circled the edge of the dome, his steps in time with those of the... He had no illusions as to the outcome of this fight. Lucius was the preeminent blade master. Perhaps all lead. He knew he could not defeat Lucius, but this betrayal demanded retribution. Honor must be satisfied. Why, Lucius? Asked Tarvitz. How can you ask me that? Saul demanded. How can you ask me that, Saul? Demanded Lucius, drawing the circle closer, and step by step, distance between the two warriors shrank. I am only here thanks to my misplaced acquaintance with you. I know what Lord Commander and Fabius offered you. How could you turn such an opportunity down? It was an abomination, Lucius, said Tarvitz, knowing he had to keep Lucius talking for good. Tamper with the gene seed? How can you possibly believe that the Emperor would condone such a thing? The Emperor, laughed Lucius. Are you so sure he would disapprove? Look at what he did create. Look at what he did to create the Primarchs. Aren't we the result of genetic manipulation? The experiments Fabius is conducting are the logical next link in that evolutionary chain. We are the superior race, and we must establish that superiority over any lesser beings that stand in our way. Even your fellow warriors, Fat Tarvitz gesturing to the corpses around the dome circumference with the blade of his sword. Lucius shrugged. Even then, I'm going to rejoin my legion. They tried to stop me. What choice did I have? Like you are going to try and stop me. You'll kill me too? Asked Tarvitz. After all the years we fought together? Don't try and appeal to my sense of fond reminiscences, Saul, warned Lucius. I am better than you, and I'm going to achieve great things in the service of my legion. Neither you or any foolish sense of misplaced loyalty are going to stop me. Lucius lifted the blade of his sword and dropped into a fighting crouch as Tarvitz approached it. The dome suddenly seemed silent as the combatants circled one another, each searching for a weakness in the other defensive. Tarvitz drew his combat knife in his left hand, reversed the blade, knowing he would need as many blades between Lucius as humanly possible. Tarvitz knew there were no more words to be spoken. This could only end in blood. Without warning, he leapt towards Lucius, thrusting with the smaller blade, but even as he attacked, he saw that Lucius had been expecting it. Lucius swayed aside and swept the hilt of his sword down, smashing the knife from his hand. The swordsman ducked as Tarvitz turned on his heel and slashed high with his... Tarvitz's blade only cut air, and Lucius hammered his elbow into its side. He danced away expecting Lucius to land a blow, but the swordsman merely smiled and found him lightly on the balls of his feet. Lucius was playing with it, felt his anger mount in the face of such mockery. Lucius advanced towards Tarvitz, darting in with the speed of a striking snake to thrust at his stomach. Tarvitz blocked the thrust, rolling his wrist over Lucius' blade, slashing for his neck. The swordsman had anticipated the move and nimbly dodged the blow. Tarvitz attacked suddenly, his blade a flashing blur of steel that forced Lucius back step by step. Lucius parried a vicious slash aimed at his groin, spinning with a laugh to launch a light riposte at his feet. Tarvitz saw the blade cut the air towards him, knowing he was powerless to prevent it landing. He hurled himself back, but felt a hot red angry line as the energized edge bit deep into his side. He clamped his hand to his side as blood spilled down his umber, gasping in pain before his armor dispensed stimulants to block it. Tarvitz backed away from Lucius, and the swordsman followed with a grin of anticipation. "Is that the best you got, Saul? Then you best give up now," smirked Lucius. "I promise I'll make it quick." "I was about to say the same thing, Lucius," gasped Tarvitz, lifting his sword once again. The two warriors clashed once more, their swords shimmering streaks of silver and blue, and coruscating sparks spat from their blades. Tarvitz fought with every ounce of courage, strength, and skill he could muster, but he knew it was hopeless. Lucius parried his every attack with ease and casually landed cut after cut on his flesh, enough to draw blood and hurt, but not enough to kill. Blood gathered in the corner of his mouth as he staggered away from yet another blow. "A hit," chuckled Lucius. "A palpable hit." Tarvitz knew he was fighting with the last reserves, and the fight could go on much longer. Soon Lucius would tire of his poor sport and finish him. Perhaps he held him here long enough. "Have had enough?" coughed Tarvitz. "You don't have to die here." Lucius cocked his head to one side as he advanced towards him and said, "You're serious, aren't you? You actually think you can beat me?" Tarvitz nodded and spat blood. "Come on, and have a go if you think you can kill me." Lucius leapt forwards to attack, and Tarvitz dropped his sword and leapt to meet him. Surprised by such an obviously suicidal move, Lucius was a fraction of a second too late to dodge Tarvitz's attack. The two warriors clashed in the air, and Tarvitz smashed his fist into the swordsman's face. Lucius turned his head to rob the blow of its force, but Tarvitz gave him no chance to right himself as they fell to the floor, and pistoned his fist into his former comrade's face. Lucius's sword skittered away as they fought with fists, elbows, and feet. At such close quarters, skill with a blade was irrelevant, and Tarvitz let his hate and anger spill out in every thunderous hammer blow he landed. They rolled and grappled like brawling street thugs, Tarvitz punching Lucius with powerful blows that would have killed a mortal man a dozen times over, the swordsman struggling to push Tarvitz clear. "I also remember what Loken taught you the first time he brought you down," gasped Tarvitz. Saw movement at the edge of the dome. "Understand your foe and do whatever is necessary to bring him down." He released his grip on Lucius and rolled clear, pushing himself as far away from the swordsman as he could. Lucius sprang to his feet in an instant, scrambled across the floor to retrieve the weapon. "Now, Solathan," shouted Tarvitz. "Kill him, he betrayed us all." He watched as Lucius turned towards the dome's entrance. Seeing the warrior, Solathan had rallied and brought to him. Solathan obeyed Tarvitz's command instantly, as the good Emperor's children should, and the dome was suddenly filled with the bark of gunfire. Lucius dived out of the way, but even he wasn't quick enough to avoid a volley of bolter shells. Lucius jerked and danced in the fusillade, sparks of blood flying from his armor. He rolled across the floor, scrabbling for a hole in the wall, blasted by the months of battle, the gunfire of the Loyalists. Emperor's children tore into it. "Kill him!" yelled Tarvitz. Lucius was faster than he would have believed possible, diving from the dome as shells tore up scorched frescoes around him. Tarvitz pushed himself to his feet and staggered over to where Lucius had escaped. Beyond the dome, the outer precincts of the palace were a nightmarish landscape of craters and blackened ruins. A pall of smoke hung over the battlefield. The palace had become. He smashed his fist into the wall in frustration and saw that the swordsman had vanished. "Captain Tarvitz," said Solathan, reporting as ordered. Tarvitz turned from his search for Lucius, pushing his frustration aside and focusing on the more matter of counterattacking evil warriors. "My thanks, Solathan. I owe you my life." Warrior nodded as Tarvitz picked up a fallen bolter, checked the magazine, make sure he had a full load. "Now come on," he said grimly. Let's show these bastards how the real emperors fight. Chapter 17. Winning is survival. And betrayer. And stepping into Parliament. There was nothing to betray, retorted Abaddon. Even after all that had happened on Nistavon 3, word betrayal had the power to ignite the ever-present anger inside him. I envy you this, Loken, Abaddon. Galaxy must seem so simple. You'll fight to the death and think you're right. I know I am right, Ezekiel, shouted Loken. How can this be anything but wrong? How can this be anything but wrong? The death of this city and the murder of your brothers? What has happened to you, Abaddon, to turn you into this? Abaddon stepped down off the stage, leaving Axamon to stand alone in the lectern in his Terminator armor. Abaddon was far taller than Loken. He knew from witnessing the first captain in battle that he could still fight as skillfully as any Astartes in that power armor. Nistavon 3 was forced upon us by the inability of small minds to understand reality, said Abaddon. You think I have been part of this, and that I am here because I enjoy killing my brothers? I believe, Loken, as surely as you do, there are powers in this galaxy that even the Emperor does not understand. If he leaves humanity to wither on the vine in his selfish quest for godhood, then those powers will swamp us, and every single human being in this galaxy will die. Can you understand the enormity of that concept? The whole human race, or Master does, and that is why he must take the Emperor's place to deal with these threats. Deal with them? Said Torgadon, shaking his head. You're a fool, Ezekiel. We saw what Erebus was doing. He lied to you all. You have made a pact with evil powers. Well, said Axamond. They saved the War Master's life. Had to grab another drink. Evil, said Axamond. They saved the War Master's life. I have seen the power, and it is within the War Master's ability to. You think we are fools, that we are blind? The forces of the warp are the key to the galaxy. That is what the Emperor. The War Master will be the Lord of the Warp as well of the Imperium, and then we will rule the stars. No, replied Loke. The War Master has become corrupt. If he takes the throne, it will not be humanity that rules the galaxy. Something else. You know that, little whore. Even if Ezekiel doesn't. He doesn't care about the galaxy. He just wants to be on the winning side. Abaddon smiled, slowly approaching Loken. Torgadon circled towards Axamond. Winning is survival, Loken. Die, you lose. And nothing you ever believe ever meant. I live, I win. You might as well have never existed. Victory. Anything in the galaxy. You should have spent more time being. Maybe then you would have ended up on the winning side. Loken held up his sword, trying to gauge Abaddon's. There's always time to decide who wins. He could see Abaddon tensing up, ready to strike, and he knew the first captain's taunting just to cover. Loken, you have come so far, said Abaddon. You still don't understand what we're doing. We're not so far from human that we're not allowed a few mistakes, but to fight us instead of realizing what the War Master is trying to achieve? That's unforgivable. Then what's your mistake, Ezekiel? Talking too much, replied Abaddon, launching himself towards Loken with his bladed fist bathed in lethal energy. Torgadon watched as Abaddon charged towards Loken, taking this as his cue to attack little Horus, his former comrade, had seen the intent in his eyes and leapt to meet him as Loken and Abaddon smashed apart the pews along the nave. They met in the clatter of battle plate, fighting with all the strength and hatred that only those who were once brothers, but are now bitter enemies can muster. They grappled like wrestlers until Axamon flung Torgadon's wide and smashed his elbow into his jaw. He fell back, blocked the right cross slashing for his face, and closed with Axamon, cracking an armored knee into his opponent's midriff. Little Horus stumbled, and Torgadon knew that it would take more than a knee to the guts to halt the warriors such as Axamon. His former brother was powerfully built, his strength, poise, and skill equal of Torgadon's. The two warriors faced one. They're glad to see you're still here, Ninetail, as well. Hopefully you're enjoying it. The two warriors faced one another, and Torgadon could see a look of regret flash across Little Horus's face. "Why are you doing this?" asked Torgadon. "You said you were against us," replied Axamon. "And we are." Both warriors lowered their guards. They were brothers, members of the Mournful, had seen so many battles together that there was no need for posturing. They both knew how the other fought. "Tarek," said Axamon, "this could have ended any other way. We would have taken it. None of us would have chosen this way." "Little Horus, when did you realize how far you had gone? Was it when the War Master told you we were going to be bombed, or sometime before?" Axamon glanced over to where Loken and Abaddon fought. "You can walk away from this, Tarek. The War Master wants Loken dead, but he said nothing about you." Torgadon laughed. "We called you Little Horus because you look so much like him. But we were wrong. Horus never had that doubt in his eyes. You're not sure, Axamon. Maybe you're on the wrong side. Maybe it's the last chance you got to end your life as a space marine and not a slave." Axamon smiled bleakly. "I've seen it, Tarek. The warp. You can't stand against that. And yet here I am. If you had just taken the chance the Lodge gave you, you would have seen it too. They can give us such power. If only you knew, Tarek. Join us in a second. The whole future laid out before. No, I can't back down now. No, I can. Then this is it? Yes, as you said, none of us would have chosen this." Axamon readied himself. "Like the practice cages, Tarek." "No," said Torgadon. "Nothing like that." The energized claws swung at Loken's head, and he ducked too late, seeing for the feint it was. Abaddon grabbed him by the edge of his shoulder guard and drove his knee into Loken's stomach. Karamite buckled, and Loken felt pain knife into him as bones broke. Abaddon released him and punched him in the face. He was thrown against the wall of the Parliament, scorched plaster and brick falling around him. The War Master wanted me to bring the just stare in, but I told him it was an insult. Loken saw his sword lying on the floor beside him and slid down the wall to grab it. He pushed off the wall, pivoting past Abaddon's slashing fist, swinging the blade towards the captain's face. Abaddon blocked the blow with his forearm, reaching out to pluck Loken from his feet and hurl him towards Parliament's building wall again. The world spun away from him, and suddenly there was pain. His vision blurred as he smacked into the ground, and shards of stone flew up around him. The pain within him felt strange, as if it belonged to someone else. It felt as if his back was broken, and a treacherous voice in his mind whispered that the pain would go away if he just gave up and let it all go away in a fog of oblivion. His grip tightened on his sword, and he let his anger fuel his strength to fight against the voice in his head that told him to give up. Long time ago, Loken had sworn an oath to his emperor. Hold on, and Chrome kind of buckled there on me. Okay, where is it? Where is it? The page refreshed on. A long time ago, Loken had sworn an oath to his emperor, and that oath was never to give up, even as the moment of death approached. Vision swam back into focus, and he looked up to see a hole in the Parliament house's wall his body had smashed. Loken rolled onto his front as Abaddon's massive armored form charged towards him, smashing aside the blackened remains of the. He scrambled to his feet and backed away, letting Abaddon's fist swing past him. He darted in, stabbing with his sword, but the thick plates of his enemy's armor turned the blade aside. He scrambled back up the steps of the Parliament House, hearing Torgadon and little Horus fighting within, and knowing that he needed his brother's strength to triumph. "You can't run forever," roared Abaddon as he followed him. His steps ponderous and heavy. "Welcome back, Nico. I will totally do those push-ups for you here. We're almost done with the book. We got 20 pages left. Or I can refund the points. Everybody go follow Nico Protege. He's the demon daddy. Go give him a follow. Go give him a follow." I got so many Chrome tabs open, I appreciate the patience. Saul Tarvitz grinned like a hunter who had finally run his prey around. The warriors he and Solathan led cut a bloody swath through Eidolon's warriors, killing them without mercy as they themselves had been killed so recently. What had once been an attack that threatened to overwhelm them utterly was now in danger of becoming a rout for the traitors. Gunfire echoed fiercely through the palace as the Loyalists unleashed volley after volley of gunfire at anything that moved. Loyalist Space Marines surrounded Eidolon's assault force and attacked on two fronts. The Lord Commander's force was buckling. Tarvitz could see warriors with missing limbs or massive open wounds struggling in the desperate fight, jostling to get a position where they could kill the traitors who had so nearly overran them. His own sword reaped a bloody tally as he killed warriors he had once fought with and bled alongside. Each sword blow, cruel twist of fate that brought sadness and big cathartic satisfaction. He saw Eidolon in the center of the battle, smashing warriors with his hammer. He fought his way through the battle to reach the commander. His own body ached from the duel. He knew there was no apothecary. Whatever wounds he was suffering never have a chance. It would end here. Tarvitz knew it would be a hell of a fight, and he had never felt more proud to lead a brave warrior in battle. To have such noble fighters almost undone by a supposedly loyal comrade's betrayal was galling, how fitting into their. Lucius had very nearly cost them this battle, and Tarvitz swore that if he lived through this hell, he would see that bastard dead once and for all. Where the hell did I leave off? The Lord Commander was almost within his reach, but no sooner had Eidolon seen him than the traitors began falling back into disciplined ranks. Tarvitz wanted to scream in frustration, but better than to simply hurl himself after his foe. "Firing line across the nave," shouted Tarvitz at the top of his voice, and instantly a contingent of Astartes formed up and began firing disciplined volleys of bolter fire at the retreating enemy. He lowered his sword and leaned against the broken wall, as he realized that against all odds, they had held out once more. Before he had a moment to savor the unlikeliness of their latest victory, the Vox bead chimed in his ear. "Captain Tarvitz," said a voice he recognized as one of the Luna Wolves. "Tarvitz here," he said. "This is Vippus, Captain. The position of the roof is sound, but we've got company." "I know," replied Tarvitz, "the sons of Horus." "Worse than that," said Vippus. "To the west, look up." Tarvitz pushed through the remains of the battle and scanned the sky above the crumbling, smoke-wreathed ruins. Something moved towards the palace. Something distant, but utterly huge. "Sweet Terra," he said, "the D's array." "I'll make the Titan our priority target," swore Vippus. "No, you can't hurt it. Just kill enemy space marines." "No. Yes, Captain." Enemy units, a voice yelled from near the temple's entrance. "Armor and support." Tarvitz pushed himself from the wall, drawing on his last reserves of energy to once again muster his warriors for the defense of the palace. Assault units by the doors, all other Astartes fire at will. Tarvitz could strike force of enemy forces, Boxy land raiders and rhinos massing on the outskirts of the precinctor's palace. Beyond them, the Horus, world leaders, and Emperor's children set up fields of fire to surround the temple. The D's array would soon be in range to blast them with weaponry. "They'll be coming again soon," shouted Tarvitz, "but we'll see them off again, my brothers. No matter what occurs, they will not forget the fight we've given them here." Looking at the size of the army raid for the final assault, Tarvitz knew that there would be no it. This was the endgame. Terminator armor was huge. It made a man into a walking tank. But what it added in protection, it lost in speed. Abaddon was skillful, and he could fight as fast as any other Astartes while clad in his thick plates, but almost wasn't good enough when life or death were. Chunks of rubble spilled into the Parliament House as Abaddon battered his way back inside. The brutal, high-shouldered shape of his turban and chalky plaster dust as Abaddon smashed his way back inside. He passed beneath a sagging portico that supported a vast swath of sculpted marble statuary above. Loken struck at one of the cracked pillars supporting the portico, the fluted support smashing apart under the power of the blow. The Parliament filled with dust as huge slabs came over Abaddon, the entire weight of the statuary collapsing on top of the first captain. Loken could hear Abaddon roaring in anger. The stonework thundered down in a flurry of rubble and destruction. He turned away from the avalanche of debris and fought his way through the billowing clouds of dust towards the center of the Parliament. He saw Torgadon and Horus Aximon upon the central stage. Torgadon was on his knees, blood raining from his body, his limbs shattered. Aximon held his sword upraised and ready to deliver the blow. He saw what would happen next, even screamed at his former brother to stay his hand. Even over the crash of the rubble, being displaced as Abaddon forced himself free to collapse statues. He heard Aximon's words with terrible clarity. "I'm sorry, Aximon." The sword slashed down against Torgadon's. The plasma bolt was like a finger of the sun, reaching down from the guns of the array, smashing through the wall of the Warsinger's temple. The liquid fire boring deep into the ground with a sound like that of a dying city. One wall of the temple collapsed as dust and fire filled the air, and shards of stone like knives. Warriors melted into the blast, or died beneath the heaps of stone that collapsed around them. Tarvitz fell to his knee, winding stairway that climbed to the upper reaches of the temple. The choking mash of burning ash billowed around him as he fought his way upwards, knowing that hundreds of the last loyalist space marines were dead. The sound was appalling, the roar of the collapsing temple stark against the silence of the raiders that surrounded the temple on both sides. A body fell past him, one of the Luna wolves, his arm blown off by weapons fire hammering the upper floor. "To the roof," ordered Tarvitz, not knowing if anyone could hear him over the cacophony of the Titan's guns. "Abandon the nave." Tarvitz reached the gallery, running the length of the temple, finding it crammed with space marines. Their Legion colors unrecognizable beneath layers of grime and blood. Such distinctions were irrelevant. Tarvitz realized, for they were one band of brothers fighting the same cause. Above this level was the roof. Tarvitz spotted Sergeant Ratharin, solid line officer and veteran of the murder campaign. "Sergeant," he yelled, "report." Ratharin looked up from the window, to which he was aiming his bolter. He had caught a glancing blow to the side of his head. His face streamed with blood. "Not good, Captain," he replied. "We've held them this long, but we won't hold another attack. There's too many of them, and that Titan is going to blow us away any second." Tarvitz nodded and risked a glance through a shattered loophole to the ground far below, feeling his hate for these traitors, the warriors for whom notions of honor and loyalty were non-existent, swell as he saw the multitude of bodies sprawled around the palace. He knew these dead warriors, having led them in battle these last few months. More than anything, he knew what they represented. They were the galaxy's best soldiers, the saviors of the human race, and the chosen of the Emperor. Their lives of heroic service and sacrifice had been ended by brute treachery. He'd never felt so hopeless. "No," he said. That resolve filled him. "No, we will not falter." Tarvitz met Ratherman's eyes and said, "The Titan is going to hit the same corner of the temple again, higher up, and then the traitors are going to storm us. Get men back and make ready for the assault." He knew these traitors were just waiting for the temple to fall so they could storm in and kill the loyalists at their leisure. This was not just a battle. It was the War Master demonstrating his superiority. Massive caliber gunfire thundered from the deep gray, an awesome storm of fire and death that smashed the plaza outside the temple, blasting apart loyalists in great columns of fire. Infernal heat batted against the temple, and a hot gale blew through the galley. "Is that the best you've got?" he yelled in it. "You'll never kill us all." His warriors looked at him, savage light in their eyes. Words had sounded hollow in it, spoken out of rage rather than bravado, but he saw the effect it had and smiled, remembering that he had a duty, and he had a duty to make their last moment. Suddenly, the air ripped apart as the Titan's plasma gun fired. A white heat filled the gallery, throwing Tarvitz to the floor. Molten fragments of stone sprayed him, and warriors fell, broken and burning him. All around him, blinded and deafened, Tarvitz dragged himself away from the destruction. Hot air boomed back from the vacuum of the blast by the plasma, and it was like burning wind of destruction come over to scour the loyalists from the face of Istabon III. He rolled onto his back, seeing the bolt had ripped right through the temple roof, leaving a huge glowing edge hole, like a monstrous bite mark, in one corner of the temple. Fully a third of the temple's mass had collapsed in a great rock slide of liquefied stone, flooding out along the long tongue of jaded. Flooding out like a long tongue of jade. Tarvitz tried to shake the ringing from his ears and forced his eyes to focus. Through the miasma of heat, he could hear the war cry arise from the enemy warriors. A similar clamor rose up from the other side of the temple where the World Eaters and the Emperor Children's were arrayed the ruin of the palace. The attack was coming. Loken dropped to his knees, in horror at the sight of Torgadon's head parting from his shoulders. Blood fountained slowly, the silver sheen of the sword wreathed in a spray of red. He screamed his friend's name, watching as the body crashed to the floor of the stage and smashed the wooden lectern into splinters as it fell. His eyes met those of Horus Axmon. He saw a sorrow that matched his own, echoed in his brother's eyes. His collar surged, hot and urgent, but his anger was not directed at Axmon, but at the warrior who pulled himself from the rubble behind him. He turned and forced himself to his feet, seeing Abaddon pulling himself from under the collapsed portico. The first captain had extricated himself from beneath the slabs of marble that would have crushed even an armored Astartes, but he was still trapped and immobile from the waist down. Loken gave vent to an animal cry of loss and rage and ran towards Abaddon. He leapt, driving a knee down onto Abaddon's arm, pinning it with all his weight, strength to the rubble. Abaddon's free hand reached up to grab Loken's wrist, but as Loken drove his chainsword towards Abaddon's face, warriors froze, locked face to face in a battle that would determine who lived and who died. Loken gritted his teeth and forced his arm against forced his arm down against Abaddon's grip. Abaddon looked into Loken's face and saw hatred and loss there. "There's hope for you yet, Loki. There's hope for you yet, Loken," he said. Loken forced a roaring point of the sword down, with more strength than he thought he could ever inhabit, embody. The betrayal of the Astartes, their very essence, flashed through Loken's mind, and he found the target of his hate embodied in Abaddon's violent feet. The chain blade's teeth whirred, and Abaddon forced the point down, and it ripped into his breastplate. Sparks sprayed as Loken pushed the point inwards, thick layers of keramite. The sword juddered, but Loken kept it true. He knew where it would break through, straight through the bone shield that protected Abaddon's chest cavity and then heart. Even as he savored the idea of Abaddon's death, the first captain smiled and pushed his hand upward. Astartes' battle plate enhanced warrior strength. Terminator armor boosted it to levels beyond belief. As Abaddon called upon that power to dislodge Loken, Abaddon surged upwards from the rubble with the roar of anger and slammed his energized fist into Loken's chest. His armor cracked open, and the bone shield protecting his own chest cavity shattered into fragments. He staggered away from Abaddon, managing to keep his feet for a few seconds before his legs gave out, collapsed to his blood dripping from his cracked lips and bloody ropes. Abaddon towered over him. Loken watched numbly as Horus Axamon joined him. Abaddon's eyes were filled with triumphs, Axamon's with regret. Abaddon took the bloody sword from Axamon's hand with a smile. "This killed Torgadon. Seems only fitting that I use it to kill you." First Captain raised the sword and said, "You had your chance. Think about that while you die." Loken met Abaddon's unforgiving gaze, seeing the madness that lurked behind his eyes like a mob of angry daemons and waited for death. But before the blow landed, the Parliament building exploded as something vast and colossal, like a primal god of war beast striding the world, smashed through the back wall. Loken had a fleeting glimpse of a monstrous iron foot, easily the width of the building itself, crashing through the stonework and demolishing the building as it went up. He looked up in time to see a mighty red god, towering and immense, striding through the remains of the Coral City, its battlements bristling with weapons and its mighty head twisted in the snarl of merciless anger. Rubble and debris cascaded from the roof as the Disarray smashed the Parliament building into a splintered ruin of crushed rock. Loken smiled as the building collapsed around him. Tremendous impacts smashed the marble floor. The noise of the building's destruction was like the sweetest music he had ever heard. He felt the world go black around him. All Tarvitz looked around him. The 100 Space Marines crammed into the tiny square cover that was all that remained of the war singers. They had sat awaiting the final attack of the traitors for what had seemed like an age, but had been no more than 30 minutes. "Why don't they attack?" asked Neuropippus, one of the few still alive. "I don't know," said Tarvitz. "Whatever reason, I'm thankful for it." Pippus nodded, his face lined with sadness. That had nothing to do with the final battles of the palace. "Still no word from Garviel or Tarek?" asked Tarvitz, already knowing the answer. "No," said Vip. "Nothing." "I'm sorry, my friend." Vippus shook his head. "No, I won't mourn them. Not yet. They might have succeeded." Tarvitz said nothing, leaving the warrior to his attention once again to the terrifying scale of the masters. 10,000 traitors stood immobile in the room. World leaders chanted alongside Emperor's children, while the sons of Horus and the Death Guard waited in long firing line. The colossal form of the Disarray had thankfully stopped firing, the monstrous titan marching to tower over Siren like a brazen fortress. "They want to make sure we're beaten," flag on our corpses. Yes, agreed Vippus. But we gave them the fight of their lives, did we not? That we did, said Tarvitz. That we did. Even once gone, Garo will tell the legions of what they've done. The Emperor will send an army bigger than anything the Great Crusade has ever seen. Vippus looked out over the War Masters and said, I have to. Abaddon surveyed the ruins of the park. Its once magnificent structure, a heaped pile of shattered stone. His face bled from a dozen cuts, and his skin was ugly purple but alive. Beside him, Horus Axamon slumped against a statue, breathing labored and twisted at an unnatural angle. Abaddon had to pull both of them from the wreckage of the building, but looking at Axamon's downcast face, he knew that they had not escaped without scars of a different kind. But it was done. Loken and Torgadon were dead. Thought to feel savage joy at the idea, but instead he only felt emptiness. A strange void that yawned in his soul like a vessel that could never be. Abaddon dismissed thought and spoke in Fox. War Master, he said, it is over. What have we done, Ezekiel? Heard Axamon. What needed to be done, said Abaddon. The War Master ordered it, and we obeyed. They were our brothers, said Axamon, and Abaddon was astonished to find tears spilling down his brother's cheeks. They were traitors to the War Master, and let that be the end of it. Axamon nodded, but Abaddon could see the seed of doubt take root in his expression. He lifted Axamon toward the waiting street that would take them from back to the traitors within the mole were dead. He had not forgotten the look. Horus Axamon, watching, Abaddon decided. The view screen of the stratagem displayed the blackened, barren rock of Istavan 5. Where Istavan 3 had once been a rich, verdant, Istavan 5 had always been a mass of tangled, igneous rock where no life thrived. Once there had been life, but that was aeons ago, and its only remnants were scattered basalt cities and fortifications. The people of the Coral City had thought these ruins were home to evil gods of their religion, who waited there plotting revenge. Perhaps they were right, mused Horus, thinking of Fulgrim and his complement of Emperor's children, who were preparing the way for the next plan. Welcome in, Octo AJ. Hopefully you're doing well. I appreciate you coming on in. We're almost done with this book. We got 8 more pages. Istavan 3 had been the prologue, but Istavan 5 would be the most decisive battle the galaxy had ever seen. The thought made Horus smile as he looked up to see Malgahurst limping painfully towards his throne. That's okay. We're reading. And I've been putting off reading this book for a while. Monday we're probably gonna read most, if not all, of book 4. We're trying to get through all 54 books of the Horus Heresy. What news, Mal? Asked Horus. Have all surface units returned to their posts? I have just heard from the Conqueror, nodded Malgahurst. Angron has returned. He is the last. Horus turned back to the gnarled globe of Istavan 5 and said, Good. It is no surprise to me that he should be the last to quit the battlefield, so what's the butcher's bill? We lost a great many in the landings and more than a few in the palace, replied Malgahurst. The Emperor's children in the Death Guard were similarly mauled. The World Eaters lost the most. They are barely above half strength. Do you not think this battle was wise? Said Horus. You cannot hide that from me, Mal. The battle was costly, feared Malgahurst, and it could have been shortened if efforts had been made to withdraw the legions before the siege developed. Then lives and time could have been saved. We do not have an infinite number of Astartes, and we certainly do not have infinite time. I do not believe there was any great victory to be won here. You see only the physical cost, Mal, said Horus. You do not see the psychological gains we have made. Abaddon was bloodied. The real threats among the rebels have been eliminated, and the world leaders have been brought to a point where they cannot turn back. There was ever any doubt as to whether this crusade would succeed. It has been banished by what I have achieved on Istavan III. What are your orders? Asked. Horus turned back to the viewer and said, We have tarried here too long. It is time to move onward. You are right that I allowed myself to be drawn into a war that we did not have time to fight, but I will rectify that error. Master, bomb the city, said Horus. Wipe it off the face of the planet. Loken couldn't move his legs. Every heartbeat was agony as the muscle of his chest ground against splinters of bone. He coughed up clots of blood with every breath. He was sure that each one would be his last, as the will to live seeped from his body. Through a crack in the rubble pinning him to the ground, Loken could see the dark gray sky. He saw streaks of fire dropping through the clouds and closed his eyes as he realized that they were the first salvos of an orbital bombardment. Death was raining down on the city for the second time. But this time, it wouldn't be anything as exotic as a virus. High explosives would bring the city down and put the final, terrible exclamation mark into the Battle of Istavan III. Such a display was typical of the War Master. It was a final epitaph that would leave no one in any doubt as to who had won. The first orange blooms of fire burst over the city. The ground shook, buildings collapsed in the waves of fire. The streets boiled with flame once more. The ground shuddered as though the grip of an earthquake, and Loken felt his prison of debris shift. Hard spikes of pain buffeted him as flames burst across the remains of the Parliament building. Then darkness fell at last, and Loken felt nothing else. 100 of Tarvitz's loyalists remained. They were the only survivors of their glorious last stand, and he had gathered them in the remains of the Warsinger's temple. Sons of Horus, Emperor's children, even a few lost-looking world eaters. Tarvitz noticed that there were no Death Guard in their numbers, thinking that perhaps a few had survived Mortarian's scouring of the trenches, but knowing that they might as well have been on the other side of Istavan III. This was the end. They all knew it, but none of them gave voice to that fact. He knew all their names now. Before they had just been rime-streaked faces among endless days and nights of battle, but now they were brothers, men he would die with in honor. Flashes of explosion bloomed in the city's north. Shooting stars punched through the dark clouds overhead, scorching holes through with the glimmering stars that could be seen. The stars shone down on the coral city in time to watch the city die. We hurt them, Captain? Asked Solithan. Did this mean anything? Tarvitz thought for a moment before replying. Yes, he said. We hurt them here. They'll remember this. The bomb slammed into the Precinctor's palace, finally blasting what little remained of its great stone flower to flame and shards of granite. The Loyalists did not throw themselves into cover or run for shelter. There was little point. The War Master was bombarding the city. He was thorough. He would not let them slip away a second time. Towers of flame bloomed all across the palace, closing in on them with fiery inevitability. The battle for the Coral City was over. The temple was nearly complete, its high arched ceiling like a ribcage of black stone beneath which the officers of the new crusade were gathered. Angron still fumed at the decision to leave Istavan III before the destruction of the Loyalists was complete. While Martarian was silent and sullen, his death guard like a steel barrier between him and the rest of the gathering. Lord Commander Eidolon, still smarting from the failures his legion had committed in the eyes of the War Master, and several squads of Emperor's children accompanying him, but his presence was not welcomed, merely tolerated. Olga, Abaddon, and Axamon represented the sons of Horus. Beside them stood Erebus. War Master stood before the temple's altar, its four faces representing what Erebus called the four faces of the gods above him. A huge holographic image of Istavan V dominated the temple. An area known as the Urugol Depression was highlighted, a giant crater overlooked by the fortress that Fulgrim had prepared for the War Master's forces. Blue blips indicated likely landing sites, routes of attack and retreat. Horus had spent the last hour explaining the details of the operation to his commanders, and he was coming to an end. At this very moment, 7 legions are coming to destroy us. They will find us at Istavan V, and the battle will be great. But in truth, it will not be a battle at all, for we have achieved much since we last gathered. Chaplain Erebus enlightened us to the matters beyond Istavan. All goes well at Cygnus, my lord, said Erebus, stepping forward. New tattoos had been inked on his scalp, echoing the sigils carved into the stones of the temple. Sanguinius and the Blood Angels will not trouble us. We have received word that the Ultramarines have begun to muster at Kalth. They suspect nothing and will not be in position to lend their strength to the Loyalist forces. Our allies outnumber our enemies. Then it is done, said Horus. The backs of the Emperor's legion will be broken at Istavan V. And then what? Asked Axamon. The strange melancholy had settled upon Horus Axamon since the battles of the Coral City, and he saw Abaddon cast a worried glance in the direction of his brother. When our trap is sprung, demanded Axamon, the Emperor will still reign and the Imperial will still answer to him. After Istavan V, what then? Then, little Horus, said the War Master, then we strike for Terra. Dun dun dun. And that is the end of it. That was the end of it. Monday we are going to start book 4. But Octo AJ, welcome in. How did you find us? What brings you in? I appreciate everybody that's been in here lurking and everything else. It has been a very long, almost 5 hours of reading. Very long, absolutely. But I feel like we have finally caught up with everything. Absolutely. That is okay. Hopefully everybody is at least having a good day. I really hope you guys are at least. I appreciate everybody that was here hanging out. Wow, words are hard. In the meantime, let's go find somebody to raid here. For my new followers, Ninetails. Furious Ninetails, I appreciate it. Octo AJ, thank you for the follow as well. Nico Protege, I'm going to refund your the push-up thing. And I do upload all of my readings to YouTube because people say I have a good reading voice. So let's so if I do have apparently I have a nice reading voice, so I do upload all of my reading pods to YouTube. So if y'all want to go find me there, it's really easy to find me. It's under the Madman. Pretty easy. I think the link is down below. Once more, I appreciate all y'all that came in. Let's see, who are we going to go and raid? I feel like we should go and raid someone we have not raided in a while. I know there's some of you that are here. Message one. Raid. A lot of y'all are lurkers make the stream work. Lurkers are the workers, you know. But that being said, we are going to raid out. I appreciate all y'all that came by to listen for it. We are going to go ahead and go say hi to my good buddy Domoishi. He's playing the Labyrinth with it appears to be the mods of his stream. So let's go scare him. It's a scary game, and I can type, I swear. And I will catch you guys not tomorrow but Monday. We might read Monday, we might not. So I will catch you guys on Monday.